Get the show on the road. Good afternoon, people. Dude coming in. That was a nice charger. Oh, I didn't look. Got too close, family. I've been trying to work this new camera. Judy got her hair did. Good afternoon, family. Presenting Lena L., Nakia Harris, Bishop, Cicero, Preston Johnson, Sarah P., Salty Chef Avis, Bonnie Banner, Amy Hannigan, Marcus, my good brother Marcus Fielder, Javier Ellis, Concrete Jungle, Robert Shan. Thanks. For sure. Tasha Bella, Terry Nixon, R.L. Christine Chandler, Marcy A. Tarver. Yeah, I brought the new camera down here tonight. Okay, fine. Everybody. I like this camera. It's leveling it out on its own. Oh, for sure. And he got his own leveler on here. Make sure I got it turned up. What's up? Sunflower 34. Oh, for sure, Angela Lynette. Y'all know I'm always trying to upgrade. I don't know. Johnny G. Johnny G done tapped in. Let me go get a whistle. Then I had the Saturday morning cafeterias. I thank Tasha Bella. I try to do my best for y'all.
They do your breakfast and pass it out across the cafeteria.
I like how it level itself. It is. As y'all can see, Johnny G is in the chat.
He's not getting his money from nowhere.
That was on a live artwork.
He's not getting the food bank is supposed to have money to give for food. They took it to use for equipment and not food. Yeah, and it's supposed to go for food. Then he's not getting, he didn't get 1.5 million either. That went to St. Paul, St. Mark Episcopal in Grand Rapids. Because they didn't want him to get it. And so, I'm not talking about what I know. She lied before it goes. How you don't lie if you don't marry? Welcome back.
I got a phone call from Art today. Somebody was telling Art that we were talking. He died at the polls where you guys were at, that we were talking shit about Art. I said, let me find my phone. You're gonna lie about me, you need to tell me who the hell it is. That ain't him. I'm Miss Beverly Biggs, 10 toes down.
Miss D. Good evening. Unapologetic, good evening. Andre Holland, good evening.
I didn't say it.
I'm looking right here.
The time is now 4:36 on Monday, May 12th. I call this City Council Chamber Special Affairs Committee meeting to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alvin is not in. Dr. Lewis is not in. Ms. Paisley. Ms. Ricardo is not in. Ms. Burns. Mr. Shack. Mr. Franklin is not in. Mr. Jarrett. We have 4 members present.
We have 4 members present. You don't have 4.
She did it so they could take the days.
Rules for me, for these.
My sister did for me.
They don't even open the door for 5 or 10 minutes.
Michelle 69. Michelle 69. Johnny G with the $49.99 super chat. Thank you, Johnny G. Michelle 69, thanks for tapping in. Sassy Shaq. And that's just one. Thanks for tapping in. Diablo. El Del Denominal. What they call it, at ease or something? They said at ease. Oh shit, this is it right here? Special affairs only had what? Yeah, 1 resolution. Yeah, 1.
How do you like that game today?
I went to sleep on it. It was a blowout. 3-1.
Let's meet you guys.
Yeah. Yeah, it's 3-1. It's gonna be hard to come back.
Denver don't have no bench.
You ain't lying. Miss Unit, thanks for tapping in. Carnage 155. Mary E. Yeah, it's gonna be kind of hard. I mean, it's been done, but I don't know if they're that type of team. I only have one thing to do.
So the Knicks in Boston gonna go limit
Yeah.
because the Knicks will show up and
They thought because they won the first two, they thought that they had it in the books. No, man, they're gonna have so much to do with council. Organization of the city, that ain't getting done. Oh, they gotta present some minutes. Reading this orderly prayer, request for agenda changes. Additions, man.
they got a lot to do.
Yeah. They gotta put some minutes there, appointment, reappointment.
This way they can take care of it.
Oh, hey, all right. The camera's working. That's all right.
Ariel wants to know if
Hey, wait a minute.
There's always a connection. I'm gonna get,
Okay, Ariel, reporting to this situation, and as you see, again, trying to filibuster around and act like we ain't got a
Council
quorum.
now stands
Or they
at
can
a
come
quorum,
up.
Madam Clerk. I will now be
And here she
reading
comes.
disorderly persons city code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this
tuned.
meeting will be in violation of Flint City Code subsection 31-10. Disorderly conduct, assault, and battery of disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given one warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators will be removed from the meetings. Are there any requests for agenda changes and/or additions? Seeing as how there are no requests, it is now time for public comment. First public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The first speaker is R.L. Mitchell.
Hello, good evening, council. I'm R.L. Mitchell. And for the record, to you, Ms. Jack, you can, don't worry about telling them you gotta burn to pray. You can really pray now, because we let the last hostage loose a few minutes ago in the Middle East. And you can really pray that kingdom comes. Because nobody ain't no liar gonna stand in front of God present when you pray. So only a period of time when you pray will listen. Hello, Jack. And another particular on Jack about the situation in Flint, about the little people getting the job over on North Highway. They gotta get educated first with the chemicals in the water. But they're doing it anyway because it's a rush. This generation can't wait to grow up. Like I was on the bus one day, a 2-year-old baby. I couldn't talk. He was riding by babies, they know how to run cell phones and all the smartphones, but they don't know how to stop a leak in the roof. All that pee-pop falling in our water on North Highway. Want to address that? We talking direct to the new generation. And like we see, America, we see, they always think the people ain't got no infidel, what the Muslims call people. The infidels put the speakers before the topic and let them speak, and they have a debate. They all want you to speak at the same time, and want you to speak at the same time. Figure that out. And we'll never get nowhere. There ain't nothing but poppycock. And all the people just went like they did the late days. So they go to make mockery of them, and then they quit. Anyway, we're gonna end here until Shaq address us like she's supposed to in the name of the Lord, because this is the biblical days. All the spiritual stuff only happened to spiritual people like the president just came in. Second ward. I be seeing her out in the streets, she be talking stuff. I don't know what I see. She knows what she's talking. I let her talk for herself. Anyway, stay tuned, America, because we get close to our money and stuff, but the mayor downstairs still ain't came upstairs to address we the people.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Jesse, I can't read the last name.
Good evening. I'm just talking about what's happening all along. Right here?
No, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just inquiring about the ombudsman office. One of the women, want to open it back up.
Okay, thank you, sir. We are not allowed to respond until the council responds.
All right.
Are you done? Okay. Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Pastor Timothy Hicks.
Good evening, City Council. I'm Pastor Timothy Hicks with Christian Love Faith Center located at 3202 Flushing Road. Just before you again, appealing for your consideration for funding for some of our outreach programs that we've been trying to do. Some of them we've even had to postpone or cancel because we've been requesting funding and have not received anything. And so we have done everything that was asked of us, even doing an affidavit and having a sworn affidavit to be presented, stating that we did turn in our applications and that we were working with City Council, we were working with several of the City Council officials in regards to the funding, the ARPA funds, so that we could have done some things to better enhance our community outreach. And to this point, we have not received anything, but we just stated that we simply going around in circles, and we've been asked to come back before the City Council, even after doing affidavits and everything else, to let you know that we did apply, and we had not still heard anything or received anything. And so we want you to please reconsider, and that we would be able to receive some funds to be able to better serve the community that we serve at large.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Ariana Muhammad.
Yes, I'm Auntie Muhammad, second ward. One of the things I would like to address definitely is our community safety. I know at one time, prior to 2017, that the city council had a committee, that was a safety committee, and they went out and they did visits, and they had a meeting once a month, included the state police, city police, county, sheriff department, included various, leaders from the community. A couple of them in particular that I attended was over at Christ the King Church under Father Schmidt, where we talked about different things that was going on in the community that was posing safety issues. One of the issues at that particular time was we getting the state police to know better the residents in the city because it made a definitely bridge the gap between the city, the citizens of the city of Flint and the state police instead of them just coming in when they saw there was a problem. So sometimes you might see someone out having a mental health challenge, but if you know that person, you know, oh, they're not acting like they've had their medicines today. Let me take him home or her home, so that way she can get the proper help and assistance that they need. So those are some of the things that was talked about in that particular safety, meeting. Different ways of bridging the community and law enforcement together. But I don't see any of those things happening, and as a result, we see what we see happening in our community on a daily basis. Crime is still up. You know, we had some different programs that was coming in that was helping to assist in the community, like lookouts, like, you know, your neighborhood engagement communities. But a lot of those things are not encouraged, and they were highly encouraged in those meetings. Those meetings was taken out into the community. Those things need to happen again, like drastically. We see it happening every day. There's problems. There's something going on. There's some incidents that happen I have not ever seen reported in the news. There was a murder around the corner from me. It was not in the news. Was not anywhere at all. And I looked and wanted to see because in every place I live in, we don't have problems like that. Somebody had to call me and say, did you know somebody got killed around the corner? Like, when? Where? Did you see the lights? No, I was in my house. I didn't see nothing. I didn't expect to hear that. And that wasn't even a month ago that happened. As a matter of fact, it was on April 18th, the exact date. It was April 18th. But these are the kind of things that we need to start addressing in our community. It's hot. It's going to get hot. Weather going to get worse. So if we don't hurry up and take care of these problems, guess what? We're going to pop this year. I hope y'all take that all into consideration.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam.
The buzzer haven't gone off, so I still
So
have
you are
4
not
seconds.
allowed to say
Anyway,
anything.
so I'm allowed to pause for a
Thank you,
second.
Madam.
Thank you, now you have a great day.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next public speaker.
Next speaker is Doug Matthews.
Hello, everyone. My name is Doug Matthews. I'm a veteran and a good government advocate from the 7th Ward. In the classic Christmas movie, It's a Wonderful Life, Bedford Falls is a good, honest town. Until greed and corruption turned it into Pottersville, a place of chaos and darkness. Sadly, Flint is at that same crossroads today. Leading the march towards Potterville is Mr. Potter, the villain, with his lieutenants, Snakebite, Big Sleazy, and AC Dumbass.
Wow.
Followed by...
Excuse me, pause the time.
What?
Pause the time. So, Mr. Matthews, you have to watch your language. This is not your first council meeting, so please refrain from using vulgar language.
Which words were you objecting to specifically?
I believe you said Mr. Dumas's name incorrectly. Please continue.
Snakebite is so notorious a racist demagogue that she needs no introduction. Big Sleazy, Flint's most foul-mouthed resident, has built a reputation on financial fraud and food stamp chicanery.
Please pause this
You know,
time.
I'd go over dead if I was ever
Please
allowed
pause.
to finish my
Yeah.
comments.
Please pause your time. What is your point of order?
Big sleazy,
Right, come on.
let's not use that. I'm calling you to order, Mr.
So you have the chair's permission to continue. That is acceptable. Go ahead. Please.
Now she claims to be the future of the third ward. Then there's AC Blank, Mr. Integrity, who stood before the ethics board and lied, claiming he heard me shout a vile racial slur. A lie so outrageous it would be comical if it weren't so dangerous. But the real Mr. Potter in Flint is Dennis Pfeiffer. And just like Potter, Pfeiffer sneers at accountability and dreams of tearing down order. He literally promised a bonfire right here in the chambers when he spoke last. A fiery purge of rules, a Caesar of...
Madam Chair, point of order.
Yes, excuse me, would the resident from Burton in the black shirt please stop yelling out during the meeting? Thank you. Go ahead.
That's not leadership, that's tyranny. It doesn't stop with that. Some on the council cheer for them, and some in this audience cheer for them, either out of fear or because they think they can ride the coattails. Others do nothing, say nothing, pretending silence is a shield. The third ward deserves better than chaos merchants. The citizens of Flint deserve leaders who stand for truth, not for lies. And you, council, must hear the thunder in the distance. Ein Sturm kommt, Hitler told the German people. A storm is coming. If Flint chooses Potterville, it will be because good people stay silent, including good people on this council. You don't have to. You can organize a writing campaign for someone who believes in decency, honesty, and accountability. You can reject the fraud, the lies, and the bully who dreams of bonfires. But only if you act. Because a few brave voices can still save this town if they have the courage to speak.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Sandra Jobin.
Good evening, guys. Thank you so much. But I just wanted to tell you that the tables are getting ready to turn, just in case you don't know that. You might have a few more seats that might be empty, so you might want to get ready for some other council members to vote for, because it looks like somebody's going to be in trouble. So, in case you didn't know my name, it is Sandy Jobin. And since we want to do politically correct all the time, until you guys get up here and you allow anything else to happen, like for instance, what they call you, Red Rooster, I never mentioned it to you. It was never disrespectful in any way. But yet you want to turn around and do that to me. As far as an outsider, I'm not an outsider. Your guys' schools come to our schools, we go to your schools. This is Genesee County. This is not no outsider outside of Genesee County. And this is United States. So I'm not no outsider. This is just a total laughing joke of what you guys do and the waste of money. And by the way, it's wasting money. What's happening to the third ward? Where is that going to be a back pay, or is that going into another LLC or a nonprofit organization? Or what exactly does that, what happens with the money for the extra city council that's not being used? Have a good evening.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The final speaker for this meeting is Beverly Biggs.
My name is Beverly Biggs. I just want y'all to listen to something that I got. Thank you.
Mrs. Biggs, lady, this is Robert at the St. Andrew's Episcopal Church, full site. there's been a few voters showing up just recently, and Liddell Lewis and LaShawn Johnson are both here meeting the voters. And I went up and introduced your campaign to the voters, and Liddell Lewis and LaShawn Johnson are bringing up a bunch of negative stuff, like attacking the council members, and they're using that on the voters to try to persuade them not to vote for your campaign. I just want to let you know if you want to send somebody else over here to this polling site to combat the arguments of LaShawn Johnson and Liddell Lewis teaming up here.
You guys, the president of the council up at St. Andrews talking negative about me. We got LaShawn Jackson talking negative about me. Is this the kind of corruption y'all go for? It needs to be addressed. And it's not the first time that the deal has done this. And it won't be the last. This corruption of her, the way she's talking about me, if she clean up that second ward, the way she videoing about me, she'll be a bad sister. Clean up your own front door and your back. Y'all gotta get this together. I'm not here for no corruption. I'm not here to bash nobody. But it's time out, Liddell. It's time out. And you think it's funny, it's not. It's not. We got to do better. Ain't that what your word says? If you know better, you do better. Duh. You do better.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk. Oh, that was the final speaker. Seeing as how that was the final speaker, it's now time for council response. Council members may respond to all public speakers only after all public speakers have spoken, and individual council members' response shall be limited to 2 minutes. Is there anyone who wishes to speak during council response?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward, you have the floor.
Thank you. I do want to say, Flint has some very good people. And those good people showed up and voted for who they wanted to see represent them. And things are going to change. Things will change. You'll be able to have people who wait on funds to be funded. The 2 missions that are in the 4th Ward, the 2nd Ward, St. Mark, and Pastor Timothy has been asking. Our hands have been tied. We didn't have 5 votes. It's not that your project isn't worthy. We didn't have 5 votes. We didn't. And so, Julie's over here against your project, just so you know, as I'm sitting here. She's making, we didn't have 5 votes. And so, the people, yeah, and you did. And so, the people spoke. It was the will of the 3rd Ward. We have to honor that. So congratulations to Beverly Did Stevie, and congratulations to AC and to the people of the 3rd Ward who picked your own person. You went and cast your ballot either at the polls or you cast your absentee ballot. And that is a part of what democracy is. If people don't like it, you should have got out and helped the other candidate. But this is democracy, period. Plain and simple. And things are going to change. Not till August, I'm quite sure. And they will. And so what we have to understand, when people say, oh, I'm religious, God doesn't make mistakes. He doesn't. I know that we have got 5 votes, and we can start feeding this community. We go to August. That's what I'm looking forward to. 5 votes will do the will of the people, with the monies that we have set aside to take care of the people.
Councilwoman in the 5th Ward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like
like to thank all of the speakers. Thank you for first being here, coming out to attend the council meetings. And thank you for being engaged in the process. And Ms. Beverly Biggs, I just want to say one thing to you, and I'm just going to leave it there. No weapons formed against you shall prosper. And leave it there. Okay? Let them talk. Let them do whatever they need to do. Because guess what? She didn't win. She didn't win. So, sometimes you gotta stop the devil out. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Next anybody else during council response? Councilwoman in the fourth ward.
In regards to the ombudsman, we have nothing to do with that. We have no control over appointing the ombudsman. That's totally on the Ethics and Accountability Board. For the charter, they're the ones responsible for choosing that person. I wish we could help, but it's out of our control. And also, in regards to all of this allegation that I have spoken to you many times. You know where I'm coming from. And I have voted for every food access except for one.
Why not one?
And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during council response?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the second ward, you have the floor.
All right, thank you so much. So definitely clear some things that were said here. Pastor Hicks, I know that your outreach is in the 6th ward. Not once have the 6th ward representative brought anything before this body. So what we will do tonight, we put a motion on the floor so we can get that money moving tonight, because I want to hear excuses. This is the first time. Now she's saying that I'm lying. Not once have this.
Please pause the time. Please pause the time. What is your point of order?
Our point is, she's speaking to my motives, and it was a door that was in her office, so the councilwoman in the second ward is lying.
So, I don't know that she's speaking to your motives or lying. What she pointed out was that it never came before us. So please continue with your time.
Thank you. So because we've never seen that, but I spoke with you as well. I know what you're trying to do. I'm 100% for it. So tonight we put that motion on the floor so we can get that money moving to do what you need for it to do. Time up with the excuses. We were waiting for your council person, didn't happen, so we moved. In terms of the council person being at the polls speaking negatively, we have a third ward candidate that stood probably at that lectern and said, I said what I said and I don't take it back. So if you're probably talking about our deceased council member, if you're talking about, you know what, I'll let them hear it again.
That figures.
That figures you can do that.
You're clowns. That's what you are. You're clowns. Why didn't you get that girl alone? Because that's the type of person you is. You need to take that rabbit bunny hat off the top of your head, put something in your forehead, bring them veins down, because you got the biggest forehead there ever was.
In the precinct, everybody's side is dead. Young titties hanging to the floor.
So she done connected everything together, because that was all at different times.
If it ain't big enough, you can go to Little Man and a Handful. All them that will open their doors and pinch you for what you need. You guys are a joke. That Quincy, he called you down today. Yeah.
So no lie detector here. We have someone running for this seat who's vile and use those words. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
Well, she ain't vile.
Response, Councilman in the ninth ward, you do have time. All right, seeing as how he has declined his time, I think I will go ahead and take mine. I think one of the things that was said tonight has kind of been echoed throughout the community. Mr. Matthews, we do hear you loud and clear. We hear the other members of the community. However, I do want us to be very clear. Like you said, in the democratic process, there are other options. And so all we can do is see if people exercise other options, and if they don't, then the third ward picks their representative. That's where we are with this. I also wanted wanted to point out, I think, there was a resident here from Burton who often interrupts our meetings. All I ask is that she would be respectful of our meetings, because I don't hear about her at Burton meetings causing problems, I don't hear about her at county meetings causing problems, I don't hear about her at any other meetings in Genesee County causing problems. We are not a prop for you, we are not a show for you, we are not a reason for you to get your name and face out there. There's one thing when you come to our meetings and you have dialogue that's respectful, and you say things that are factual, but you do not. You come with an outsider perspective simply jumping on a bandwagon. And that is the reality. I also want to correct something Ms. Muhammad said. I believe she said I was glaring at her. No, Ms. Muhammad, you were talking about something that I feel is very important. Therefore, I was looking at you and engaging with you, giving you the time and attention and respect that a comment that is actually about city business deserves. You talked about the fact that we needed to be paying more attention to public safety initiatives and the fact that it's getting hot outside. I wholeheartedly agree. We need to protect and preserve as many lives as we can this summer. In whatever way we have to do that, we should all work together to do that. Miss Mary, did they take care of your concern yet? Nope. All right, I will get right on that tomorrow because they said it's in there for you. And they were supposed to, I think it's got to have somebody special to do what needs to be done, but I will follow back up with that. Thank you, Madam Clerk. We are now moving on to the consent agenda. What is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the second ward.
Thank you. So, I would like to put a motion on the floor to approve the consent agenda, but before we do that, is it possible to go ahead and put a motion on the floor so we can get the Christian Faith Love Center resolution going?
So I think we can, hold on one second, I just want to be sure, because a motion is always in order.
Wow. Now it's in order.
So if you give me 1 second.
Motion always in order now. Now motion is always in order.
Woman in the second ward, it is my understanding that you can put the motion on the floor, but you also have to specify that it is going to be reduced to writing at a later time, but you can put the motion on the floor, for the support for Christian Love Faith Center.
Okay, so thank you. So, Madam Chair, I would like to put a motion on the floor to give Christian Love Faith Center $25,000 with food interest, and we will produce the resolution Monday.
All right, thank you. Is there support for the motion? It's been supported by the councilwoman in the fourth ward. This is, I guess I have to do discussion. Yeah, I'm trying to fix it out. Give me 1 second. Madam Attorney, give me 1 second. I got you, 1 second. I am. I just want to be clear that we can, his motion was in order, and it was supported, and she said that it was going to be, reduced to writing at a later time, that we are good to move forward with discussion on this. Yes. Thank you. Is there anyone who would like the floor in the first round of discussion? Councilwoman in the fifth ward.
I'm sorry, I will not be voting on this tonight. We need a resolution. I will not vote on anything that I do not have a resolution for in front of me. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the sixth ward.
So I want to be perfectly clear. This is the first time we've been allowed want to do this. Before it's been said you can't do it. So for you to, our city attorney, do we need, and I have my rules out, but I know prior we could not do this without a resolution. And maybe I need to go through, because we couldn't even put anything on the agenda. So for you, Madam Chair, to the city clerk. City clerk, are we allowed to put anything on the agenda?
Per the council rules, any council member can add item to a committee agenda.
Wow.
And only the president or chairperson can add anything to the regular council meeting.
So that is why I have, thank you, put one on, because the president, who, acting president, didn't want it on. Now, they've been talking to her, it's disappointing, because they could have did it, the mayor could have set it up, they haven't did it, but I guess she just was show me time, I guess, and I'm getting ready to show you, when I tell the truth. So, Madam Chair, Madam Clerk, also in addition, are we required to have a resolution, because we've been told the past since April 2024, 22nd, that you have to have a resolution.
So anything of this nature is to be reduced to writing by resolution or ordinance. So, yes, a motion can be made, but as was stated, it can be brought later. But yeah, for something of this nature, it will state that you have to have a resolution or ordinance.
Okay, thank you. And, Madam Chair, to you to Councilwoman Priest, how much do we have in food access?
This is good. This
Okay,
is.
she don't know, she hunched her shoulder. So why, and she hunched them again. So why are we doing this if we don't have money? I mean, this.
Just for information.
Please pause the time. What is your request?
So just through you to the speaker, she asked, why are we doing this? We're doing it because they put in for the funds, they've been requesting, this is your award. So you want to- That's why we're doing it.
Thank you,
So I'm
please
asking,
continue, Ms.
I'm
Brown.
asking Judy, who is the finance chair, because things should be done in order, and as you was the acting president, should know that. So again, Ms. Priestley, do you know how much is in food access?
Ms. Burns, I developed that spreadsheet as a.
So, let me pause both of y'all.
Okay.
Allow me to properly introduce myself. I'm the chair.
Thank you. Through you, sorry, so sorry. So sorry. I will apologize. Through you, Ms. Chair, to Ms. Burns. I have stopped updating that
So the time
spreadsheet.
should be going.
I have stopped updating the spreadsheets and I'm now no longer following the expenditures.
Okay, thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, is anyone in administration can tell us how much is in food access? Because they asked for 75, why don't we just give them 25? So, is there anyone in this administration that knows? Okay, well, it looks like.
They ain't getting 50 like everybody else. Why she ain't getting that?
Yeah, I mean, and why? That is definitely, so is there anyone? So if you Madam Chair, Mr. Taylor just walked in, maybe he knows.
He don't know.
Madam Chair, you, Mr. Taylor, the deputy chief of staff.
I don't think, like you said, he just walked in, so I'm sure he doesn't know what's going on.
Okay, can you call him to the podium?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Mr. Taylor, would you please join us at the lectern? Mr. Taylor?
So, I mean, we should be able to find out who does know, and that would be my question. Who does know? Mr. Taylor, I know as you're coming, the time is running down. I hope you have it's a beautiful day out here, but if you could tell me, who would know how much money we have in food access? They asked for 75, there's been a motion on the floor for 25. It didn't come from the administration. Normally, it would come from the administration. Can you help me out? You're back. So you don't know who knows. How do we find out what's in food access?
James is trying to look it up. Like I said, I come in the middle around here and do those stuff.
Okay, how much is an ARPA fund for food access? Normally, what's the process? Normally, this type of resolution would come from the administration. They stated that they have been dealing with the administration. Okay, all right, thank you. Seamus is back, so Seamus, if you get it. My time is gonna run down, so I'll have to wait. Seamus
So,
Damn,
all right, is there anyone else who wishes to speak during the first round of discussion? Councilman in the ninth ward, you have the floor.
Thank you. First, Madam Chair, can I have to help me to understand with this particular resolution, how it's gonna work? So it was brought to the floor, a written resolution to follow. Does that follow have to vote to approve the funds? Or is this approval to go to committee? How does this actually work?
Absolutely, let me help you out. There's two things, because I also see you going there, so I'm gonna go there before you. At any point in time, if y'all really wanted to know what food access meant to do, what they're supposed to spend the money on, who they serve, y'all all have 5 minutes to call them up there. So that's point one of quick plan. Number two, our resolution is very clear. The resolution has been put on the floor here in Special Affairs Committee, because we're in a committee, this is a committee. The resolution that was put on the floor was to give them $5,000 for food access, which means if we vote this through the committee tonight, it goes on the council agenda tonight. She also said with a resolution to follow. When it was going to get the resolution again, you have 5 minutes, you could have been asking them. When that after it leaves out of here, it will go straight to council, and if you go to council, then bam, the $25,000 that they've been trying to get from Ms. Burns for I don't know how long, they will be set tonight. You're more than welcome.
Request for information.
I'm sorry, go ahead, what's your request?
My request is, that was from the mayor. They've been dealing with them, and they told me they couldn't get it. Emily Ward told me the mayor was not giving that money. Period. Yes, she did. Sure did. And it's in my email.
All right, so if you would just like to share that email, that would be wonderful, so that we can all be on the same page with
She
you.
said she wouldn't be done.
No, and I'm not questioning whether or not it's real or not, but if you want to share that email so that we can all be on the same page and see that the mayor is the one who projected this, we would love to see it. Okay, go ahead.
Tell me again, what's the name of the church?
Christian Faith Center.
Christian Love Faith Center. And can you tell me, or share with me, what service do you all provide?
Right now, we were doing specialized food service, because we have a lot of people in the city of Flint who have special needs because they have health issues and they can't eat everything that the food place and the food different places that they have distribution are can eat. So we have low sodium, we have people with high blood pressure, we have all kinds of health issues, cancer, and everything else. And we do specialized food for particular families. And we service the families, and we do it through DHS, we do it through the Chamber of Commerce, we do it through Cedar Street, we do it through Shelter Flint, the YWCA, the Women's Shelter, and also we do an off-site feeding of the homeless up here on Fifth Avenue and in Tech. We do that every so often throughout the year to feed those that are homeless and less fortunate.
So I heard you earlier state that you had to cancel some events.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is it that you had to cancel it specifically because these ARPA funds weren't received, or because you had run out of your other funds?
We ran out of everything.
Okay, so in what other ways are we funded?
Through my own pocket and through the donations of individuals that we request helping hands.
And how long have you all been running your program?
We've been doing this since 2006.
Since 2006. Okay. So, is there a particular vendor that you have relationship with that you get these foods from?
Food bank of East Michigan, but we don't do it at the normal, what they pay per pound. We do it because we buy the name brand, because a lot of stuff that you get from in the bulk, paying by weight, a lot of that, the average person can't eat. You have to doctor it up a lot to make it feasible, for some kind of, we go with service families throughout the community, and we find canned goods and everything stacked up on their front porches, because they say, we can't eat this.
So you all do somewhat of a, more of a home delivery type?
Correct.
So how many households do you service?
We service over 50 a month. And it all depends on the need, because we not just with a certain list of individuals, but we do it as people have needs, as people fall on hardships, or just need a certain thing. Because everybody is not just down, but everybody has issues or circumstances that are beyond their control. And then the time that we live in now is just beyond everybody's control.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to form the first line of discussion? Councilwoman in the fourth ward, you have the floor, please. I thought you leaned forward to your mic. Okay.
Madam Chair,
Sorry, Councilwoman Newsom.
not a problem. So for you to Councilwoman Burns, could you please send that email to the body from Emily Lewis so we can see it?
Councilman Lewis, you know, what I don't.
Oh, right, so that has nothing to do with us doing the things of the city forward. Sorry, Pastor Higgs, that you caught between foolishness as we're trying to do on your behalf. And so, again, she made the assertion that she had an email from Emily Dorr, and we're looking for.
Please pause the time.
We're speaking to my mother. I'm going through my emails right now in between, but I also had a conversation with him, which she did state that it was above her pay grade, which I shared with you. And he was in contact with Vic.
What's your point of order?
So my point of order, she needs to quit speaking to my motive.
So I'm gonna, thank you, I'm gonna rule on that. She didn't speak to your motive, she repeated what you said. You said you had an email. She's asking for the email. All right. Okay, continue.
All right, thank you. So as we wait for her to produce the email, so we can all be on the same page, I would like, so I know our councilman in the ninth ward, he was asking about your project. And I remember you saying that it was about food distribution, correct? Okay. So who have you been working with in terms of making this come to fruition? Well, for one, let me ask you this. How are you paying for this food distribution in the first place? $1, didn't you say it was coming out of the church's coffers?
Yes, and as well as our own person.
Okay, so this is paid for, this is strictly a grassroots, no grants deal, you're just working on behalf of the community?
Correct, we never have received any.
All right, and how many members in your congregation do you have?
Right now, we're currently only at 25.
Okay, so 25 members plus you and your wife, you are feeding probably 50 people per month, and you're helping them with their specific diet. Okay, let me also ask you this. So, seeing that you have like a small body, does that leave room for any like close to $20,000 pastoral appreciation checks? So, are you getting those kind of checks from your church?
Never had.
Okay, all right. So
I've never even received a pastor's appreciation. Okay, not there. This has been a labor of love. I have been pastoring for 35 years and I've never taken a salary. I give the church more than I've ever been given.
Okay.
And so therefore, I've been doing this for 35 years and I do it because the Lord has called me to do it, not because I want to do what others have done.
Okay.
And get checks.
Okay. And so the people that you serve, because you are a city Flint resident.
Yes.
Okay, so thank you all for still choosing to stay in Flint. And also your church, thank your church for being here in Flint as well, it's such a blessing. And so you are dealing exclusively with city of Flint residents, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you're passing a lot of the criteria that we're talking about. All right, so who have you been working with to make this happen?
We've been working with Adele Lewis, we've been working with Candace Bouchette, we've been working with Judy. And these are the ones we've been working with since the party.
Three crooked ones.
That's where we started off with. And so this is where we are now, is that we still been trying to make something come to pass.
Okay, thank you for that. And a little bit about that, that affidavit. So why did you have to do an affidavit?
They wanted to make sure that we had filled out the application and had submitted the application. So we had to submit a sworn affidavit stating that we had submitted the application and that it was done in a timely fashion and that we met the criteria of the time frame before, so that it would hopefully be approved.
Okay, thank you. So it looks like that you have met every single mark. It looks like that, because you keep hearing that no vote, that no one had to vote, that we wouldn't vote for it again. The council on the sixth ward never brought this to this body. And so we're here today, and we have enough people here to pass this, so you can continue doing the good work, not out of your pocket, not out of your church meager funds. So we have some food money. They should be asking for $75,000. We put a motion for 25 on the floor because again, that's what we put on the floor.
She
And
couldn't explain it.
you had initially, when this came down in 2021, this is 2025. So that $75,000 you asked for, it was supposed to start at 2021. So the reason why I said 25,000 is because these monies must be spent by December 2026. And so that'll give you enough time to continue with your mission and give you enough money for, I guess, prorating, to say the least. But yeah, so just to let you know, I'm in full agreement. There's no reason to say no, because you're doing a great work. So thank you as the First Lady, and thank you all for supporting the North Side.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak at the first round of discussion? Councilwoman Priestley, you're the only one who has the time. Go.
Okay, I'll take a couple minutes. So we are seeing the food for other deserving organizations being held hostage because St. Mark's was not giving food. And that's exactly what is being done. I'm not going to do this unless you do this. And that's how it's happening. Forget about the need of the other people in the community. And I just want to call the hypocrisy out of that fact. If people need food, they need food, regardless of where it comes from. And there's no reason to not vote for an organization. Madam Chair.
Yes.
They're yelling out.
Audience, please refrain from yelling out. Continue.
Thank you. So there's no reason to provide funding to organizations. Matter of fact, the councilman in the 6th Ward brought St. Mark's, and then the following week, Bethel, or at the same time. I voted for Bethel. But she forgets about that. She remembers I didn't vote for St. Mark's, but I voted for Bethel. So because the money is being held up for all deserving organizations because of one.
Rightfully so.
Thank you, Madam.
Rightfully so.
I guess I'm the only one left in the first round of discussion, so I will go take my time. I do appreciate you coming down here. I know that both you and First Lady attend these meetings often, that you're very involved in the community. I do want to clear something up though. When they ask who have you been working with, I do want to be clear that we were brought in on the latter end. I believe we were working with other council people before we were brought in, and they were not moving it forward. Who were you working with before you were working with us?
Before we were working with Quincy Murphy and also Eric Ray, as well as
Okay, and so I just want to be clear that you were working with Mr. Murphy, Mr. Mays, and Ms. Burns on this effort, and that you turned in your original application to one of the three of them. So the original application, nobody else in the council actually saw the original application. And And so by the time you got to us and you told us that you put in an application, the reason you had to sign that affidavit was because nobody had even seen the original application. Now, my colleague says that Emily Dewar, who is no longer with the city, so we can't confirm or deny because she's not here, we do not have access to her emails, said that there's an email from Ms. Dewar that stated that the mayor was not doing whatever. I'm not privy to that. This is the first time I've heard that. And so once my colleague sends us the email, we will all be on the same page with that. I do want to say though that I think you're being a bit modest here. Because additionally to feeding people, you also clothe people. You have items for expectant mothers or mothers who are currently struggling. I know that you give out diapers, correct? I know that you give out infant clothes, correct? I know that you give out formula, correct? Okay. And that you also allow your space to be used for community meetings as well, correct? And so when we talk about this $25,000, when we talk about food access, we have to be completely clear that you said around 50 a month. But there are so many other things and other people that you serve. And so I want us to be clear that your church has their doors open 365 days a year to the entire community. I know you also do some work with seniors where out of your pocket you throw the dinners and you make sure that they have a place where they can come to kind of get a reprieve. And so you serve from the very newborn infants all the way to some of our most seasoned seniors. And I appreciate your honesty. You gotta go for the gusto right now because everybody needs to be clear that you are doing the work. That you are doing exactly what churches are supposed to do, that you are feeding the poor, right? That you're clothing them, right? That you're opening your doors, that you are literally embodying the work that Christ has called us to do in that Bible. So I just want us to be clear and then not make it seem like, oh, it's just 25 people. You've got 25 people, but you're feeding twice that much a month, and that's on the low end of what you're feeding. And then additionally, like you said, you either depend on donations from somewhere else, or you and your first lady take that money directly out of your own pocket to ensure that the community continues to get help. So when we talk about the work that you're doing and what this $25,000 will mean, $25,000 will mean that at least, because again, you're being modest, at least 50 families will be able to eat, that 50 children will have food secure, that 50 mothers, 50 fathers will have food secure so they can continue to go out and do the work that they need to do so that they can sustain their families one more day. So we got to be clear on the work that you're doing and what's on the line. Go ahead.
And in addition to that, because we feed over 200 individuals during Thanksgiving as well as for Christmas.
For sure.
Where we prepare the food. And then we work with MTA where they provide transportation to seniors at their different high-rise facilities. And they pick them up, bring them to the church, we feed them free of charge, and then the MTA takes them back home.
Right.
And we do that twice a year.
And so I just want us to be clear that this is an environment that provides families with dignity at one of the toughest times in their lives. It is not easy for someone to say, I had a child and now I am struggling with getting my child the basic necessities. And so when you open that door, you take that shame that people feel because it's no fault of their own. Economic times are economic times. But the shame that you take off of them by having your doors open, it's important that we speak to that. It's important that we speak to the fact that people's stomachs are full. It's important that we speak to the fact that pantries will not go empty because of the work that you're doing. It's important that we not play around with the fact that she said the resolution will be written later, so we can go ahead and vote on this now. And if they want to know what clearly was in the resolution, we can just call you up here because we all have a second round. With that said, that's done for me for the first round. Next public speaker in the second round. Next council person in the second round of discussion.
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the sixth ward.
Thank you. Due to Seamus, if he can get this way, he can see how much is in that account. But while you're there, Pastor Hicks, so you dealt with Councilman Mays, you dealt with Quincy Murphy, Liddell Lewis, Judy Priestley, the mayor, and so you were dealing with everybody. Right. And so at no time, because they're really trying to say, like, I did not talk to you, did not forward your emails when you first came over here. You sat on that side and said, I submitted mine, but and there were others. And no one heard anything. So the fact that not just yours, but there were others. And feeding the community shouldn't have to be, I know you would want other parts, because we have the money. Do you, Mr. Seamus, how much do we have in that account? Thank you.
So the last report was about 6 weeks ago, so I know it needs to be updated, but on that report, there's about 400,000.
Okay, thank you, Seamus. So I would like to amend the motion, since we're gonna feed the community, and being a pastor, we wanna make sure everybody eats. So I would like to add St. Mark's to it. I would like to add Eastside Community.
Everybody on there, that's right.
Let's be on the community. So, Madam Chair, the motion to feed those 4, and we have 400-something thousand in there.
There is a motion on the floor, an amended motion on the floor to add, we don't have a dollar amount for each.
Well, we could, let's just start with 25,000.
And where were the,
Eastside Compassion Mission.
Okay.
Franklin Avenue, St. Mark, and then also Timothy Hicks.
So there is an amended motion on the floor to give $25,000 to, that was 4 organizations, right? To the 4 organizations mentioned by the councilwoman in the 6th Ward. Is there support? Supported by the councilman in the 9th Ward. Is there discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward.
Thank you. So feeding the community, because we have the money, we now found out that there's enough money, so we're going to feed all of them. And that is not of my heart to do that. Feed everyone. Because there's a food, I was on the phone this morning about not having, living in a food desert. And so I know we're that, so I don't want this notion that Councilman Burns wasn't doing anything. I'm not the president of the council, I'm not the vice president. They have their communities that they chair. They could have and should have put it on if they were communicating with you. They should have, and they didn't. So what I will do is absolutely support this. Take care of our community. We all know we have enough money. Give everyone, share the wealth.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the
We're
second
gonna blow
ward?
this all the way
Yes,
up.
thank you so much. I am definitely for feeding the entire community, especially when the community lives in the city of Flint. And so we have the St. Mark pastor on record stating that he's feeding individuals that not live in the city of Flint, and that's what these $100 are for. And when you
I know where it is, but I don't think everyone understands. Can you tell us what is a full giveaway?
Well, President Deacon Carl Davis and Agnes Napier does. It's a lot of work behind the scenes. You see the food that's out there, but then there's a lot of administrative work that you have to do behind the scenes. And so we have to shop for meat, and then we have a truck that comes, and the truck is about $1,000 a piece. And a lot of times we get 2 trucks, you know, because we know that it's going to be wrapped around the corner. We have had so many issues as it relates to the parking or the line, because at one time it was going all the way down to Leek Street or Saginaw.
Please pause the time. What's your request?
My request is, to the council person in the second ward, have you received food from St. Mark yourself?
Yes.
all right.
Councilwoman in the second ward, continue.
We got ran there and put them on DuPont Street, and then so now we're on Iroquois Street, so we're wrapped around Rankin to Iroquois to McClellan Street, so King School is over there. And so we sometimes need more food. It's just a great need in our community. So we started, well, we don't ask people for their address most of the time unless, you know, unless you're directed by the food, by the Eastern Michigan Food Bank, because we try to follow the rules as best as we can. But codes. We see a lot of gambling. We got all the area codes. Everybody's just coming around, even in fences. So
Okay, so with that being said,
Request for information.
What is your request?
My request is, did she hear where she stated, where the pastor stated, they have to do as requested by the food bank?
thank you. So the pastor said that they service individuals from Flushing, from Grand Blanc, with these, where?
Sandra, please stop yelling out, that is your first warning.
So, this money, and Mr. Jared, and Mr. Pfeiffer, if he was here tonight, he's one of the people that stand firmly on if you're not exclusively using this money for the residents of the city, not for Grand Blanc or Flushing, this is for the residents of the city. That's why the Flint Institute of Music got voted down, because you all were saying that they were serving autistic kids outside of the
Point of
city.
information.
Please pause the time, what is your point?
I want to be perfectly clear, because she's a scenario. That was not my reason for not voting for it. I feel that should come out of a different pot of money.
Please, no, that is an improper point. You have a second round in which you can state that. Please continue.
Thank you. And so that was the reason why a lot of our colleagues decided not to support the autistic kids residing in the city of Flint. But what we just heard, we heard the pastor of St. Mark's saying that they have a long line. They have a long line of people from Flushing. I'm not a liar, it's fine.
Excuse me, don't focus on your comments.
I'm here. So it's all about, he said that he serves Flushing and Grand Blanc and other areas. That's not what this money is for. You can't be a person of a double mind. Either we're going to serve everybody or we're not. What are we doing here? And according to him, he's serving out-county people. So as far as these dollars, they don't qualify. Moreover, St. Mark, they still have community block grant dollars that they have not spent. So we're giving this church extra money that they have not spent.
Point of order.
Please pause the time, what is your point? Councilwoman Burns, please, continue.
So we're giving them money that they have not spent. And now we want to turn around and give them some more money set aside from the federal government exclusively for the city of Flint. Now, Grand Blanc received $100.
Money that was set aside.
Flushing received $100. Genesee County received $100. These $100 right here are exclusively for the residents of the city of Flint. And so if we're serving anybody outside of those parameters, and this is the precedent that this body has set. Thank you, Mr. Jared. Thank you, Mr. Pfeiffer. We are not. I'm not supporting anything that's not exclusively serving our residents. And based on what my colleagues have said in the past, they shouldn't either. So that's why I'm not going to support that resolution. However, I would like to amend the resolution and remove St. Mark, because they have money from the city they haven't spent, and they're not serving the Flint residents. So, thank you.
So there is another amended motion on the floor to remove St. Mark and only use the 9 other organizations. Is there support? Is there support? Oh, I didn't hear you. It's been moved and properly supported by the councilwoman in the fourth ward. Discussion in the first one. Councilwoman in the fourth ward.
The reason why I support removing St. Mark's is because all the other organizations have come before us and stood in front of us and answered questions. St. Mark's never asked.
Request for information.
Please pause the time.
Request for information.
What is your request?
So through you to the speaker, did St. Mark apply for food access dollars?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Please continue.
So that.
I'm sorry, pause the time. I didn't hear you, Councilwoman Burns. What was that? Okay, go ahead.
So that is why I will not support St. Mark's. let St. Mark's come before us and address our concerns. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward, you have the floor.
So I think the famous saying is provide clarity to whatever. So first of all, in the video or whatever she played, you have a contract with the food bank. The food bank, as he stated, because you didn't play it all, I don't know what your hatred is for, but it's deep-seated. It's in the
Point of order. Please, pause the time. What is your point of order?
So this is really what it looks like when someone's speaking to someone's motives. So she's speaking to my motives, and that's.
All right, thank you. Councilwoman Burns, that actually is speaking to motives. Please refrain from saying what you please continue.
So here it is, we have a person. She's been in the line and been in St. Mark's line, getting food, but not willing to support it. He stated in the recording that as directed by the food bank, he has to follow the food bank. That's why he continues to get the funding. Simple as that. People are hungry, you feed them. Simple as that. I have worked with food banks. Pack the food up, put it in their cars, put the water in. I've worked the food banks, the help centers. And it's not easy. So they said he got 1.5 million. That was a lie. That 1.5 million went to St. Mark's Episcopal Church in Grand Rapids. It went to Grand Rapids. So they will tell a false narrative. It's not true. The money he hasn't used. He doesn't have money for food. They shut down last week. They sent a flyer out. They don't have money to feed people in the 2nd Ward. They don't. I want to feed everybody. We have more than enough money, and we should do it. Him not coming here, he came here in November. He's come twice, and he's right. It's on video. Yep. He's been at the podium, lectern, whatever you want to call it. He has spoken for this council. So whatever this deep-seated, feed everybody. We have enough money. We now have that. Thank you, Seamus, for providing us with that. He does not have money he hasn't used for food. That is a blatant lie. It is a lie. They shut it down to where they could not feed them. They shut it down. They don't have the money. He didn't get the 1.5 million. Didn't get it. St. Mark Episcopal and Grand Rapids and Kent County, which is one of the wealthiest counties in Michigan, did receive it. So now we have an opportunity to feed all four. Amen. To take care of hits, to feed Franklin is compassionate. We can take care of four, and we now know how much money. So it should be the will of all the council. That's right. Because you're feeding, and especially when the council member of the 2nd Ward has been in that line. I cannot imagine not supporting something that she has needed or a friend has needed, and the convenience of it. But now it's a problem because he said, hey, according to the direction of the food bank, and maybe people don't know, they give you those. It's not just their center, it's in the contract. It's in the contract that every person or association or organization have that they have to follow the guidelines of the food bank. That is a fact. So we have an opportunity to do something great here tonight. Feed every side of town, every side of town. That would be the north side, the northwest side, and 2 on the east side, where we have food deserts. Simple as that. Pastor Thompson has been to this podium. He has been here numerous times. He has been here. So I'm not going to let you or lie or whatever. Now is the time. Let's come together, feed the community. This is what this category of ARPA funds is for. Have the will to do it, and then we can move on. I don't want to be here all night long. We don't want to over all this other stuff. Now, if you want to be St. Mark, you ain't there. You got food for yourself or somebody else. You should really be supporting. So I am not supporting no amendment to remove St. Mark. I'm not doing it. He didn't get the 1.5 billion. He does not have food access money for food.
And when you get these grants, you have to use them in the categories that is specified. You cannot commingle the funds. You cannot do that. So that needs to stop. Feed off board, and we need to support. She's over here. That needs to stop. I'm not supporting an amendment to remove St. Mark. All for, or I'm an amendment.
Thank you. Now, for the first round of discussion.
Madam Chair.
I think I saw Mr. Carter. I'm not sure. Did I see you or not?
I'm trying to
Yeah,
get
okay.
you to step on the bad side.
I said this before. I'm not going to support any of this tonight. First of all, it's not on the agenda. We do not have a resolution for any of it tonight. I don't even know why we're going on and on about this. Bring me a resolution, then I'll support it all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So, woman in the 5th Ward, we're still in the first round of discussion. Councilman in the 9th Ward, if you have time.
Not the woman.
No. I definitely said, man, please don't yell out. That's your first warning.
You said a woman.
Moving on, we're on the second round of discussion.
Madam Chair, I have the floor.
You had already spoken during the first round. You spoke for the amendment? Yes. This is our third amendment. You already spoke for the first one. We're on the second round now. Anybody in the second round of discussion? Oh, wait. I'm not gonna take time on this. We're just gonna go. Go ahead.
Thank you. So just wanted just to highlight a few things. So we had, as we started, we were talking about Pastor Hicks and his unique approach to food access in our community. His unique approach because individuals have specific diets. You know, a lot of he doesn't have a contract with the food bank. What they do, they go and they get food specific to the person's diet. And when you have high blood pressure, a lot of the north side have that. Certain things that they can't eat. So why give them things high in sodium when that's not conducive to their health? And this is what Pastor Hicks is doing. He's specifically making sure that a certain amount of residents have the food that they need to be healthy and to thrive. That's what we initially put on the floor. Then our council person who said on the mic, I don't even like him. That's not what we're here for. We're here because we have been elected by you to work with everyone up here. So, hate and love to the side, right now we're supposed to be allocating dollars and doing things in the best interest of the city. So, my point was very clear. It can't get any clearer. The president of this body said, if you are not exclusively serving, they did this with Faith Foundation Resources, they did this with Flint Institute of Music, they've done this with quite a few organizations. They said if you are not serving City of Flint residents exclusively, you do not have their support. With that alone is why, and with the admission of the pastor, request for information through you, Madam Chair, to the Councilman in the 6th Ward. So I heard that St. Martin was talking about the food bank. Do they currently have a contract with the food bank?
He's in your ward, reach out and speak to him.
All right, so I definitely would love to reach out and speak to him, but I don't know if someone's going to try to record my conversation. So with that being said, we're trying to do things above board. Hearing forth coming this way is not what we're here for. We're here to give you $25,000. If Pastor St. Mark wanted, he would apply for it. And so what I'm not going to do, I'm not going to serve an institution through the precedent set by this body that brags about serving the suburbs. We support you and we're going to support you tonight. So hopefully you can get your money tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the second round of discussion on the third amendment?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman in the sixth ward.
none of this was on the agenda tonight.
Hello.
None of it.
Hello.
Not any of it, but we don't even have a resolution. And so, I don't know what recording conversations is, but you called the cussing out, and you did that. And she's not sure, She's proud of it. She cussed out an ordained pastor.
Request for information. Where did you hear that from? Where did you get that from?
State your man.
No, that's not, no, that's improper. So what?
Hold up. I didn't even recognize anybody else, so Ms. Barnes still has the floor until it's recognized. Councilwoman in the second ward.
Okay, so my question is, because she keeps saying it, can you please tell us where you heard this from?
I'm not doing this with you. You know what? You cussed him out twice. Even security was called at the library. So it's your
Please
order.
pause the time. Please pause the time. What is your point of order?
She's not only speaking to ill motives, she's saying something that's not.
There's nothing about ill motives.
Please continue, Ms. Burns.
Thank you. So listen, tonight we have on here 4. None of this is on the agenda. We have an opportunity to make sure we're feeding a vast part of the community. Not with what they asked for, actually, because I believe Pastor Timothy asked for $75,000. That was reduced from the original, I think, $150,000. Then it was dropped down to
25.
The other was for 50. So I'm not passing all 4. They're all worthy organizations. They all serve the community. And she wants to talk about taking emotions out of it. She worried about some recording or whatever. I guess it's a reason for it. I don't know. Recording, she mentioned. Feed all of them. Let the people be fed. That's what we should be doing. I'm voting to support all 4. None of this was on the agenda. But if we're here to do the business, we can get a resolution later. Let's do the business, feed all 4. I'm fine, and none of this is about that any of them wanted. All of them wanted considerably more. I believe Pastor Disney is $75,000, Pastor Thompson was $50,000, Eastside Compassion was $50,000, and Franklin was $50,000, and we're only giving each one $25,000 for a total sum of $100,000. If we can get this passed, then I guess figure out the rest when we got 4 votes or we have the will, or 5 votes, we have the will to finish it. But tonight, we're here. Let's take care of all of them. And that's the only way I can get it, is to support all 4 this evening.
Thank you. Anybody else in the second round of discussion on the third amendment? Got caught chewing. TikTok.
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the fourth ward.
Good, I want to reiterate that St. Mark's received a block grant, CBDG funds, and it's not spent.
Request for information.
Please pause the time. What is your request, Councilwoman?
My request is that money, because she knows that money was not for food, it was for capital improvements.
She don't know.
Are you done? All right. Anybody else, in the ninth ward, you have time. We're not gonna take it, all right. So, this is the second round of the third amendment, which is, giving 3 initiatives money and removing St. Mark. So here is the thing, I'm gonna take a little time. You gonna start time? I'll just talk and then I guess I'll have extra. There we go. So the original intent, because we've gotten so far away from it, we tend to steer off into chaos. The original thing was there was a statement made that Faith Love Christian Center was not brought before council, and that anybody had the means to do so or over the chairs or whatever the confusion was. So Councilwoman in the second ward made a motion Therefore, to clear up confusion, it was our understanding that it's supported, so if it's supported, it's supported. She stated that it was supported, and the resolution to come later. The clerk said, we talked to the clerk about it, we talked to the attorney about it, and either way, this could be done. And so, we now have Pastor Hicks, who is sitting in front of us, who sits here every week, whether we have something in front of us or not, who is active in the community every week, whether he has something or not. I think the fact that he, as well as others, are getting caught up in something that has nothing to do with them becomes a very dangerous game for us to play with residents or play with people who are offering services. The person that we have in front of us tonight, we have Christian faith. If I'm saying it wrong, I'm sorry, but Pastor Hicks is before us tonight, asking for the money. He stated what he does. He stated that he helps Flint residents. He has stated why they need the money, how long they've been in service, everything that they're going to do with it, everything that we need to go into a resolution, which the whole part of the original motion, number 3, is already ready to go and stated in a resolution. And so what I don't want us to do is look Pastor Hicks in the face, because we've already wasted plenty of their time in a conversation that has nothing to do with him. Nothing to do with why he's here, nothing to do with what he's asking for. He would like to continue his mission and serving the community. And so to hold him and his church responsible for votes or responsible for feelings about people not getting their way about other votes is absolutely ludicrous and absolutely ridiculous. He is the one standing before us now. The original motion was about him. Everybody claimed up here that they support him. The only person who has actually given a valid reason for why they will not be voting is actually our colleague in the 5th Ward. And when I say valid, I just mean she don't want to actually explain something, and she stuck to it because she said she's not voting for any of them tonight, because there are no resolutions in front of her tonight. So everybody else, if we're saying we're supporting it and we're believing it, then that's just what it is, because this is the reality. I know that the rest of us are in agreement with it, because we've had several people make motions and other people support the motion, which I'm not sure. Ms. McCarter, did you support that motion to add all of them to this? No, you didn't? Okay, my bad. Bottom line, Pastor Hicks is right there. Roll call vote for it, and Madam Clerk, this is the 3rd amendment and amended motion, and this is to vote for the other 3 entities. So that is Christian Faith Love Center. Hopefully I said that right. Okay. That is the East Side Mission, right? Councilwoman in the 4th Ward. And then what was the 3rd one? And then the Franklin Avenue Mission. This is the vote to give all 3 of them $25,000. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Allen is not in.
Dr. Lewis? Yes.
Ms. Priestley? Yes. Ms. Worthing Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Mr. Jazz?
Yes.
Mr. Piper is not in. Mr. Jarrett? Is not in. Vote is 3 yes, 2 no.
The vote is 3 yes, 2 no. So the 3rd amended motion, which was to only give to the 3, that failed. We're going to go back to the 2nd amended motion, which is to give all 4 organizations $25,000. We are still in the first round of discussion. Both the 6th Ward and the 2nd Ward have spoken in the first round of discussion. That leaves the 5th Ward, the 4th Ward, the 7th Ward, and the 9th Ward with opportunities to speak in the first round of discussion. Would the 5th, 4th, or 9th Ward like the opportunity to speak in the first round of discussion? Councilwoman, 4th or 9th Ward, we are, and just to catch up, that 3rd amended motion failed. We're now on the 2nd amended motion, which is to give 4 entities $25,000. We are in the first round. Both Councilwoman Burns and Councilwoman Lewis have taken their time. Councilwoman Worthing Carter has declined, so Councilwoman in the 9th Ward, would you like some time? Okay, Councilwoman in the 4th Ward, would you like some time? Okay, Councilwoman in the 4th Ward has declined. I guess I would take time. I got 5 minutes for my discussion. Just going to reiterate what I already said. And that is the original motion that was on the floor is to give Pastor Hicks and his organization, his church, money so that they can continue the work they're doing. Pastor Hicks, would you please join me at the lectern? Because I think what has happened in all of this discussion is we have gotten lost on what we're supposed to be doing and the whole reason that this was even put on the floor. Would you please, Pastor Hicks, so that we can all be reminded of the real reason that we're having this discussion, explain to us what your organization does, what your church does, who you serve, and why you're asking for food access money.
We serve the residents of the city of Flint, and we do this on a daily basis and even on an as-needed basis, because we have people who come at certain times, but then we also have like emergency situations where families fall upon hard times, where they get burned out, or they have other things that happen to them, and we use those things to serve them, to get them funds, get them food, get them diapers, because we don't supply diapers, we supplement diapers. So therefore, we're not just a place where you just come and get all your diapers you need, but we help supplement to defray your the family's costs so that they can stretch their money a lot further. So we do those types of things as well as our clothing, as well as we have newborns. We partner with, and we work with the pregnancy clinics. So you have first-time moms that struggle and don't have the things, the necessary things, from car seats, all the way to clothing for their newborns. We supply them with those things brand new. They're not used, because we don't do anything new for use, because we have all types of sanitary reasons why we try to keep everything new, especially for newborns when they are so exposed and so vulnerable for different diseases.
So, Pastor Hicks, I do want to thank you for taking time to come up and explain once again about this food access dollars. I want you to know though, right? My focus is squarely on your organization, because that's what the original motion was about. You are standing in front of us now. There are no questions about your organization, nothing up in the air about dollars, about you and the food bank or anything else. And what I don't want us to lose sight of is the fact that you are doing the work. You are feeding the community. That there are families who are blessed and benefit through the work that you are doing. You are the one who is before us now. And that it is not fair for you or anyone else to be held up for other reasons. I can see it if the reason being was that you yourself were not offering actual help to the community, that you yourself were not actually serving the community, that you were not feeding the community, that you were not clothing the community, that you were not taking care of the community. I can see if the question was that you were serving people outside of Flint. I can see if the question was that you possibly, and I'm not saying anybody is appropriate for but I'm just saying for you, because you're saying funny, that's not on the table for you. You don't owe anybody money, there's nothing, you're not beholden to anything. And so what I don't want us to do is to lose focus of what is in front of us, who is in front of us, and what you're asking for. I don't think you need to be caught up in any theater that is happening or any politics that is happening. Plain and simple. You are here offering, you are here asking for help, brothers who have been serving the community. You are here to speak on your behalf. You are standing before us. You've been able to answer questions that they've asked of you. You've been told by several council people that you are supporting. I don't want us to get caught up in all this other stuff, personalities. I'll never work with that, never like that. Has nothing to do with you. The focus is on you. The resolution that will come later is about you and your service to this community. I yield. Thank you. So we're now in the second round of discussion for the second amendment on providing money for all four initiatives. Is there anyone who would like the floor in the second round of discussion? Anybody else who would like the floor in the second round of discussion? Seeing as how there's no one else who would like the floor in the second round of discussion, this is the roll call vote, Madam Clerk, for the second amendment, which was to give all four initiatives $25,000. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Dr. Lewis.
No.
No.
Yes.
No.
They want to do the work.
One yes, 5 no, so that Now, we are now back on our original motion. And we are in the second round of our original motion, because everybody else spoke in the first round. So we're back on the second round of our original motion, which is to give Faith Love Christian Center, I'm gonna get it. Christian Love Faith Center, there we go. Christian Love Faith Center, $25,000 in food access money. Is there anyone who would like to speak in the second round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the Sixth Ward.
I have made it very clear that we support all four. They're not all in our ward. We feed the community. A call or something is so trivial. We have the money, but we don't have the will. Feed all four, I've been consistent with that. To say because he took dead people, they all do. They all do. I've worked those, and it's with their agreement that they have with the Eastern Food Bank, as he stated, as directed. They need to get outside of it. In the meanwhile, all four people could be using the schools. Families are not getting nutritional value. Families may be going home or skipping a meal because we don't have the will with this council. Feed all four. We have the money. And those trucks come with protein. Yeah, protein, and some I think get 5 meats. So when we look at that, it's helping this economy. We have the people with this economy and the unsure things that are happening. I had a family, both of them lost their jobs because of DEI, a husband and wife, and they had to sell their house. They luckily sold it when it was put up, but they had to sell their home. And so when we look at these things, we have got 400,000. We're only spending 1/4 of that, 25%, to feed and give them to something to be figured out. But this will help them. One truck, a half a truck is 600, a full truck is 1,000. The truck was $1,000, which you're feeding. I know that each, well, I know what Bethel does too, and then also Pastor Thompson. And I think Mother Jones feeds much more. She doesn't need money, but we gave her opera funds already. We gave her, so she is well funded at Holy Temple Church, Greater Holy Temple. And so we have these other four, which there's nothing in between. And so feeding them, you're going to use 25% of that 400,000 to feed. One truck will feed, they come to that line, I think it's about a month between 8 and 1,200 people a month to come through those centers to be fed for those very active. That's a lot. That's a lot of people who are in line. And I don't think you wait in line because you don't need food. Who wants to be there? And they do it for seniors. Seniors can't meet their bills, so a lot of it's seniors that they do DoorDash seniors. And so I'm only supporting all four and feeding the community.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the second round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the second ward.
So thank you. So through you to the councilman in the sixth ward. Does St. Mark have a contract with the food bank? Okay, thank you.
I'm going to answer the question with your rude self. I'm not the secretary, administrative assistant.
Got it,
I'm
thank
quite
you.
sure he does.
So, all right, so what we're doing, we're holding up.
She said she's quite sure he does.
Oh,
I'm not a secretary, though.
okay, great. All right, so well, you're something because you keep advocating for this. So, here we go. We need to look at a few things. The first thing is our colleague is holding up good work for people that don't have a contract with the food bank.
He does have a
Okay, he does? Oh, well, guess what? Have him come and present it so we can have him come through you, Madam Chair, to the colleague in the sixth ward. Let's have Pastor Thompson come to the lectern and let's have him answer all of these questions that we have. We have a question about his contract with the food bank. We have a question about who he's serving, because he admitted on your show that he's feeding red blank. We walk out when we're wrong. Pastor Hicks, we can do this today. We can do this today. But you see who's holding me up. Say, it's not about St. Mark right now, it's about Christian Faith Love Center tonight. That's what it's about. And we have individuals that's planting their face. So this is why your resolution never made it to council, because clearly it looked like it wasn't a priority. Tonight, we're putting it on the floor. You see right here, you have 3 votes that's highly in favor of what you're doing. 6-word councilwoman, she left again. We're here to handle the business, and that's what we will do. And it's unfortunate when we have.
Please pause the time. Taylor Sampson, I can hear you up here. Absolutely, there's your first point. You're more than welcome. You're welcome. So, continue.
Thank you. And so I just wanted to put it on the record.
Please pause the time. Councilwoman Burns, what's your request for information?
For you to, does she know that for years I just received confirmation he has had a contract and in good standing. And he's also good.
Thank you. We're talking about currently.
She said Pastor Thompson just confirmed that he's in good standing with his contract.
Currently right now?
That's what she said.
All righty then. So we'll make sure that we can, let's have him come up next meeting and we can discuss this. I would love to. And because with the amount that he received for his pastoral appreciation check with just a few members, clearly he can fund his own food drive with that. Seeing that you are a humble servant who's not getting $20,000 checks for pastoral appreciation, seeing that you did apply for the funds, seeing that you are feeding the people in the city of Flint, that's why we support you. Anything else is just knowing that we're going to do it overnight. Let's see who do it for you.
Are you doing your time? Okay, is there anyone else in the second round of discussion?
They want to vote.
Okay, seems like there's no one else in the second round of discussion, I will take my time. I guess a request for information. Who received $20,000 for pastor appreciation?
Kevin Thompson at St. Mark Church.
Okay. Please pause the time. What's your request?
Yeah, they don't know that that's special. The pastor got the tower of power. He had $5,000 a month. We'll sell that.
I posed a question, so we bought her pastor when it's something I asked. Long story short, I think I've already said this multiple times. The only thing we need to be focused on is the fact that Christian Love Faith Center is before us tonight. Christian Love Faith Center has been told by several people that they support their mission, they support their work. I didn't hear a but now I'm hearing a but all of a sudden. And so when we vote, we'll hear, we support your mission, but you're not important enough for us to not make it political about you. We support your mission, but you're not important enough, and this is to the residents that you serve, but you're not important enough for us to get over personalities. We support your mission, but unless we get our way, you get nothing from us. We support your mission, but please pause the time, yes.
Thank you. Oh, yes, she definitely needs the water. She's yelling out, maybe it's the outside of the black shirt.
Let me, Sandra, that is actually your second warning. You are removed from this meeting. That is your second warning. You are removed from this meeting. That is your second warning. You are removed from this meeting.
Here come the pop-out.
I'm on the doorway.
I'll see you in about 30 minutes. About 30 minutes.
Excuse me, Chief. the doorway is being blocked and that is a fire hazard. Thank you. So, as I was saying, with this vote, we will hear we support your mission, but we have to make it about everything but you. We support your mission, but when it was time for us to actually support your mission. We support your mission, but not really. Roll call, Madam Clerk. And this, just so we're clear, we are back at the original motion, which was to give Christian Love Faith Center $25,000 to continue the work that they're doing in the community and food access. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes.
No.
I abstain because it's a conflict of interest. We should be supporting all four.
Excuse me. Attorney.
She got the right.
I believe that the only reason you can abstain is if it is actual personal conflict. That is not a personal conflict.
Under your council rules, you can only abstain if there is a conflict.
Correct, and that is not a conflict.
It does not say personal conflict. I said a conflict. It doesn't say personal conflict.
Know the difference.
So,
That is not a conflict.
no, we have to define that, okay?
No.
It's a conflict.
I mean, it's fine. It's fine. You can, they see what you're doing, so it's fine. Let's go. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Y'all doing?
Yes.
Piper is absent. Mr. Jarrett?
No.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
The vote is 3 yes, 2 no, 1 abstention.
The vote is 3 yes, 2 no, 1 illegal extension. That motion fails. Moving on to, I guess our actual consent.
I make a motion to, I think we already did.
We did.
Did we make a motion for the consent agenda? I don't think we did.
Nope.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Support.
There's been a motion made to approve the consent agenda by the councilwoman in the 4th ward, supported by the councilwoman in the 2nd ward. It's the pleasure of the body. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
And I just want to say for the record, to the council,
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Yes.
Ms. Burns,
Yes.
Ms. Michelle?
Yes.
Mr. Piper is absent. Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Allen is absent. Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. That item moves to council. It is now 6:27 p.m. What is the pleasure of the body?
Motion
6:28.
to adjourn.
There's a motion to adjourn by the councilwoman in the 4th ward, supported by the councilwoman in the 2nd ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Michelle?
Yes.
You go.
Yes.
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 The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. The time is 6:28 p.m. on Monday, May 12th. This Special Affairs Committee meeting is now adjourned.
As always, to the public, if you wish to speak at this next meeting, you fill out your slip. If you have already filled out a slip, you do not need to fill out another one.
tying my legs now, I gotta watch for these motherfuckers. Oh, that's a good thing. You gotta have it. You gotta have it.
And you, the worker, where is this? Oh, where is the sign-in sheet?
If I get arrested. That's just my right to
You out. I'm gonna cuss your ass out.
All right, let me go up here and sit with you. We'll see you.
She said let her go. Davina, here's Davina.
Any of your viewers complain about how loud it was today? We talk about how man, get time. You go home. I gotta come up with a new sign. They gotta have a new president and a vice. They got the problems. So it's no need to because they don't, this is a legal charge. This is not a legal president. They don't have either. So what's the point of being having? I know news controlling it, but I mean, what's the point of having?
if I was a council president, I say, this is over with, we don't have a president, we don't have a vice. We need to get a new president, a new vice. Can you use, which means shit got to be coming out. So if y'all don't want to have a new president or a new vice, I see a few other changes in here. Vice and invisible. I see another, two other changes. If you actually ready to they started it out with it because they got votes for it. That's what I said, they started, they doing this, carving this, because they don't want to go down to the city. That's why they're doing it all over 3 or 4 times. All the time they say, yeah, we need a new president, we need a vice, I'm not going to argue with y'all.
She's too disrespectful. Karen is too disrespectful. Telling IL don't walk up on her. Keep telling y'all gonna learn the Candace ain't shit. I mean, ain't nothing. They all over the plan. They realize it.
No matter what y'all get the cameras, and that's it. That's okay. Yeah,
So we coming up here causing no trouble. How you doing? And congratulations on your son.
Well, thank you.
For the show.
I can't stand him.
I know, I can't either, but don't let them get you off the square. That's what they want.
I'm a trash.
They don't want to get you off the square. That's what they want.
I didn't mean that. Just when I saw her, I was just,
Frustration, it happens all of us.
I was listening to the meeting on my way back
Please don't let it get
into
to you.
town. I had to go through because like she was full.
Yeah, don't let her put. That's what they want. They want to see you off your square. Yeah. Come August. Yeah, I'm welcome. Come August, everything changes.
Everything.
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 I can't wait to see your son stop playing, though. I'm gonna make big missions. I'm waiting on hoop season.
I am too.
For sure. I'm watching and rooting.
Aw. Yeah, we just got back from Chicago.
That's what's up. How you
Played
doing?
in a little. It was like, so these like little all-star games they put together, it's all about like dunking. He ain't a big dunker. He don't want to get hurt.
Facts.
He can do it,
Yeah, he do it when he needs.
but not like them. I mean,
sure.
you know, you can tell they just be practicing.
For sure.
We was in the street.
Section 3-201, requesting charter regarding the organization of the council. And we will start with roll call. Mr. Oliver, Diana. Dr. Lewis. Present. Ms. Priestley. Ms. Humphrey Carter. Present. Just want y'all know, I'm turning down the volume on the microphone and reverb the background noise or whatever, so please, I'm asking you to please speak into your microphones correctly. Thank you. Ms. Burns. Present. Mr. Shad. Present. Mr. Piper is not in. Mr. Jarrett.
Present.
We have 6 members present.
Madam Clerk. Ms. Priestley, I make a motion to move the reorganization council to the end of the agenda.
Is there support for Ms. Priestley's motion?
They
Country Card? Is that what's happening? Yes. Ms. Burns? Yes. Ms. Chad?
Yes.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
One is yes or no? That will be good. Regular, open survey.
All right, so now it is time for the pledge of allegiance. A councilperson here, could you please lead us in the pledge of allegiance? No, just here. Prayer of blessing. Do we have anyone that would like to honor someone before we move on with the prayer of blessing?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Chuck.
The Hudson family in the passing of, their grandmother, so Hudson and Peters, I believe is the last name. And then also to the family of Ms. Ferguson. And that, I think that's all.
All right. Do we have anyone else that would like to honor anyone else?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Murphy Carter.
I would like to say a prayer for the family of Miss Sherry Bell. Passing of Miss Sherry Bell.
All right. Anyone else? All right, so seeing that there's no one else, I will take my time. I would like to have a moment of silence for the family of Miss Nicole D. Lee. The family of Miss Nicole D. Lee.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Madam
One more. A moment of silent prayer for the family of Mrs. Fanny, Barker. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So seeing that there is no one else, we will call for one more silence to honor those mentioned. All right, thank you. So now it's time for the prayer of the blessing. So Mr. Jared, would you please lead us in the prayer of the blessing, please?
After this manner, therefore, pray. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen. So now it's time for the reading of disorderly persons city code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of Flint City Code Section 3110, disorderly conduct, assault, battery, disorderly person, and will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given one warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators will be removed from the meetings. Now it's time for a request for agenda changes or additions. Do we have any agenda changes? All right, so So seeing none, we will move forward with the public comment. So the first speaker, Madam Clerk.
First speakers are Mitchell.
For the record, to Mrs. Jackson. If you were talking to the reverend about St. Matthew, you wanted 50,000, oh, 75,000. And then, but the sixth ward wanted to split up to every ward. But I want you to know for the record, I was invited to a quartet singer group Saturday, this coming Saturday, and the girl, she's my significant other, just like Miss Byrne is. She always look out for a man. But she always, she's I'm gonna take you. If the girl, I got a free ticket, I'm gonna use her ticket to give to you. And well, she didn't know where the place was. She used her smartphone and it took us way out of the Mount Moore somewhere. And then she told me to sit up on the phone and take my voice. And the voice stand is always in the middle, went all that, not far from the man with 25 members in this church. I think it was Blackwell Church. But I didn't see the church, but I seen the cars before that. I was surprised there was no parking place. And I want Madam Burns to include the Blackwell on that $25,000 thing. If anybody know about the Blackwell Church. Anybody know about that? Not yet. Yeah, I didn't know that place existed. That church was small, but when I got in it, they treat me like I was one of them preach the sermon, because the man kept coming back while I was in the back. And then I got a cookie on my leg, and I just said, I didn't want to go. I stood up and the girl said, what's the matter with you? I said, go to the bathroom. When I went to the bathroom, they had to put it about 5 o'clock. I didn't know. Anyway, we had a raffle ticket, and I missed the numbers about you. I would have got all the money in the church. I feel like I was like my friend Derek Dustin. I was supposed to be with him when he preached his last sermon in the Holy Temple, Church of God in Christ. I remember when the boy was called to be a minister. But I now always anyway, he gone. But I would say that to say this. And other people talking about the magic people. That's the closest thing to putting prayer back in school. Come on. They ain't here today. Talking about tricks for the little kids, special kids, because they got minds too. I was there today, they were sitting right there the other day, right behind a group of them. But they let them talk for themselves. Because this is a generation gonna move all. They're like, get them people there. Like, Madam Burns, include Blackwell up. If they don't have 25,000, give it to like Holy Temple. Well, they made me feel like I was the guest mom.
What is it?
Speaker, Madam Clerk.
23, about an hour.
Wow. That's gonna be rough.
Jesse.
I was listening.
For sure. Nice meeting you, Wood.
And the black man. Jesse.
So I don't think Jesse's here, so next speaker, please.
Speakers, Pastor Timothy Hicks.
Gone.
Yep, so he's no longer here.
Next speaker is Adriana Muhammad.
Resident of the Second Ward. As to the point of St. Mark's, it's sad that Pastor Hicks was fed misinformation about it being his church that received millions of dollars. And I know that he was fed that. I know that he didn't hear that because he said that to me before the first meeting started. And I corrected him and said that wasn't this church. And then I proceeded to pull up the article from the church in Grand Rapids and give it to him. But it's sad to say that we still heard that come from in front of us from council people that's in front of us. We gotta stop doing that and trying to keep continuing to build a thread or a divide in the community. Because St. Mark's and Flint did not receive that money, and it's sad that people go along with that. To the point of Ms. Lewis cursing out Pastor Thompson at the library. As a board member of the library, that did come to me from security. It was stated, it was said not only by security, but it was said by several other people, and then it was also reported to by one of the medias that they heard, and they were there in person. So just know that it was, and you do know I am on the library. Remember, you reported me and trying to get me removed from the library board, but that didn't happen either. So they told you that wasn't gonna happen because they know I'm a voice for the people. They know I speak up for the people and I defend the people at the library can. And I continue to do that, especially with you. So, yeah, I did, and they heard you. They heard you there. Not only was you heard on a hot mic the first time, but you was also heard, and it was reported by the security and the people that was at the library. You scared patrons away. Patrons said that they don't want to bring their children out there because they didn't feel they were safe because of what you did. So just know that that was also reported to the board and to us right down there, to the director. I've told the director several times, I don't have a problem publicly stating that I told it to both directors, the old one and the new director, of what the behavior was, and they didn't feel that it was a safe place for their children. So let's not continue to do that. Let's not buy into that. I believe wholeheartedly that the whole council up here would, at some point in time or another, would be game to vote for money for Christian. See, I was a member there, so it was Christian Love Church, Missionary Baptist Church when I was there. So the name's changed, but to Pastor Heath and the Christian family over there. So I do believe that that's the case. But let them go ahead and bring a resolution here. Let us sit down and feed the city. And I believe that all the churches give food and stuff to the people outside of the city. It's not just limited to St. Mark's, but there's people who come to that line and they don't want to turn people away. Oh, thank you.
Next speaker is Bill Matthews.
Yeah, she know I know the truth. Parents can't say it.
Good evening, I'm Doug Matthews, a veteran and a public advocate for good government. When Jedediah Brown disrupted the mayor's home, the Flint police became a shield for a powerful politician. They arrested Brown. They jailed him. They condemned his actions. They protected the mayor. But when this same Brown and his mob chased me around these very chambers.
So you called us out of our name.
Threatening.
Excuse me, please hold Audrey Young, Muhammad, that is your warning.
Thank you. No problem.
Ma'am, that's your second warning, please remove yourself.
I sure will now, let's call it from the hallway, because he know he called us niggas up in here.
Sure did. Sure did. Sure did.
Sorry about that, Mr. Matthews, so proceed. And, hold on, please, pause the time again, give him 5 seconds, please. She cannot obstruct the door. When you are removed from the meeting, you are removed from the meeting. So unless she's going to another department, she's removed from this council meeting, she should not be in the building. So please remove Ms. Thomas from the door. Let's remove her from the door and consult with the public safety plan. Thank you.
Point of order.
What is going?
You are not the fire marshal number one.
That's valid, so I'm bringing you to order. Proceed, Mr. Matthews.
Okay, they protected the mayor, but Sergeant Vincent Villarreal became a sword for the mob, forcing me out while my harasser stayed and celebrated. This is not equal protection, it's special rules. For politicians like Mr. Potter, the mayor, and Snakebite and her gang. Snakebite spews racist venom, and it perpetuates and echoes through the days. Peace Lacey thrives on filth and fraud. An AC dumbass lies without
Please pause this car. Go ahead.
Point of order, I'm bringing Doug Matthews to order.
All right, so please proceed, Mr. Matthews. So just to know that, I guess as we hear tonight, we hear that no form of swearing is accepted. So going forward, when you hear individuals swearing, using F-bombs and stuff, make sure you bring them to order. So Mr. Matthews, you can reclaim the call of Mr. Dumas, Mr. Dumbass, please. Thank you.
You politicians are pushing Flint towards Potter. You aren't alone. Mr. Potter, Dennis Pfeiffer, leads this march. He promised a bonfire in this chamber, a fiery purge of rules, a seizure of control through chaos. Who makes these special rules possible? The city attorney, who watches in silence while residents are smeared. The Flint police, who shield the powerful, who wield the sword against residents. The mayor, who demands protection for his home while the council runs wild. This isn't just about me. It's about any citizen who dares to speak up and then gets crushed. It's about a city where the law has two faces, one for the powerful and one for the people. Huddersfield takes over because good people stay silent, including some on this council, like Miss Priestley. The city attorney looks away while lies become laws. The police shield the powerful, but strike at those who speak the truth. Because its citizens of Flint are waking up, this council needs to wake up too. You have 8 weeks to decide whether you want Bedford Falls or Pottersville. We will remember who stood for truth and who stood for tyranny. And so will the courts. Because when the law is twisted to shield the powerful, and when politicians crush the civil rights of ordinary people, it becomes a federal case, as the law department is now learning. Will Flint be Bedford Falls, or will it surrender to the
Thank you, Mr. Matthews. All right, next speaker. So, excuse me, let's not yell out.
Next speaker is Sandra Gilbert.
Go, girl.
Okay, so first of all, there was standing back there in the doorway, which I wasn't in the doorway, the chief of police was, but it's not the point. Rochelle, you want to make this personal? You want to call me Burton, you want to call me everything but my name, my name is Sandy. And if I want to make a name for myself, Judy Priestley, you know that my last name, my run is Odell. So if I wanted to use my name that I run for any kind of position, would be Odell. And if you don't know me, I started out at Davidson Community Schools, speaking at the council meeting there. Then I went to the Burton council meetings. I've been there. Went to Grand Blanc schools, came to city council, went to commissioners meetings. I went to Lansing, and I don't go out of state because I have a son that I take care of 24/7. So, let's clarify that one. All I'm doing is trying to help people to do a little bit of research into the corruption that's happening, not just city, not just Flint City. This is happening all over the place. And I've said for the last 3 years, when we the people stand together, all of us, Democrat, Republican, Independents, then come against the corrupt system, is when things will change. And it's about to change. And people are getting nervous, and that's why they want to make personal slaps, against people and call them outsiders, Burton, whatever else you want to call it. Because I'm not even from Burton originally, so there you go. Got it wrong again. But Judy, you can tell your colleague, how many times do I speak out? You gonna sit there silently? Because this isn't the first time you heard me speak. The only place I get kicked out of is here, because they're disrespectful. And they don't believe in the freedom of speech. Until it's the young people. Now, you have a guy up here that's, I don't know, older age, whatever, and he wants to come up here and say that he's a veteran, which me personally, my dad is a veteran, and I think he's a personal disgrace. But besides that, he can come up here and swear and everything else, and you guys don't say a word. But the lady that got upset because of her son's situation used the F-bomb, and you immediately escorted her out the door. So it's rules for thee, but not for me. Read your charter, roll the tape back, and have me done.
Next speaker, Councilman Kingsley.
All right, next speaker.
The next speaker is Peggy Shane Noble.
Good evening. I live at 320 West Second Avenue, and I have an issue at 315 West Second Avenue. They have already moved in as a, and I'm going to indicate that it is an MR1 for the residents in my neighborhood, because it is residential. It's Great Lakes Recovery Mission. It is a rehab center. It's not supposed to be there. It's basically zoning for Flint, like many Michigan cities, divides its lands in various zoning districts, which I've already talked to Dalton, and then expressed to by assessment that it is zoned MR1, not 2. It is illegal. It is totally unethical. I've talked to Dalton. They are supposed to be, I've been calling for months through building and safety, for months. James Patterson and Mike were supposed to be at that house on May 1st, stopping the work. I've been calling since last year during the entire winter. Jerry and I have had 4 conversations. She has helped me immensely. But we are getting nothing done. They are actually moving in. It's ridiculous. There's no parking there, period. It's a two-car residential home. It's actually in Carriagetown. It's one of the historic mansions. It's the Dalton House. I'm freaking. I've lived there 27 years. These people also are less than 500 feet from a church, which that's also illegal and unethical for them to do that. What else? Like I said, there's no parking for that place. Our neighbors are all freaking out. We don't know what more to do. They were supposed to be there, James Patterson and Mike, on May 1st. I was there the entire day watching and waiting. Nobody ever showed up to stop the work. The work has been finished, unfortunately. My neighbor Monica, she lived there for over 20 years, and everybody probably knows that Monica was the lady in Carriagetown that threw all the parties for everybody in the city if they wanted to show up into her home. She's gone. We miss her terribly. And I'm telling you, she's probably rolling over in her urn or her grave. This is pathetic. I need somebody to stop that work, because I've been told by Mike that once he places a stop work order on this facility, that then they can take them to zoning, which then they have to also go to the neighbors in order for us to give permission.
Ma'am, so what we will do, your council person, she's here.
Yes.
And so we allow you to finish the conversation with her because you're at your 3-minute mark.
Correct.
Okay, so thank you.
Thank you.
Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Taylor Sampson.
Sampson, 8th Ward resident. First of all, Liddell and Candace, as a queer, disabled individual in this community, I'm asking you to please stop using us as your scapegoats for every single thing you claim is now something you can't vote on, or is a problem, or is a conflict. You try to claim you can't vote for people in 3rd Ward seats because they're, queer and homophobic. You literally go to the church of the most homophobic pastor in town. So everything you say that seat about is a lie about that. And Candace, your whole entire ally trip is also false. I'm sick of it. And now you're going to use autistic people like me as a way to claim that my council people on this side of the room aren't voting on? No, that whole entire FIM thing was all a mess, and you know it. That was never even mentioned, and now you're going to try and tell that you care about autistic people. You don't. You've never cared about disabled people once in these chambers. You literally kick us out all the time. You don't care people are up here saying these things, asking for help because they're disabled. You literally do not care. And I know neither of you are going to look at me because you're cowards. You will not make eye contact with anyone. And there are resolutions up here tonight for the police in the city of Flint to get more money. I am asking council to stop voting yes on these police officers getting any more funding until we get a whole restructure. Terrence Green needs to go. The things that we witnessed in this chamber, again, taking us out of this room, it is our right to be here. You cannot keep weaponizing the police on us and claim that it's legal. It is not. And what you did in Jeremiah last week, I can't believe you're even still trying to pull anything. Neely, I'm talking to you on the camera again. Knock it off. The game has been lost, and anything you do from here on out will be another lawsuit on the taxpayers' dime. And I keep telling everyone we need to go after the bonds of you on council, and it's starting to happen. And guess what? If we get your bonds, you will never hold no office again. Because you will not be elected again. So now, Leon, who is conveniently not here again, Judy and Candace, I start acting a little bit better. Because we're coming. We're sick of it, and now we have people backing us up that are actually doing the right thing, and they're going to federal. Skip to this county. There is no one here helping us, and we're saying, skip over it. We're fed up, and there's a change coming. This summer is the summer of change, and I'm speaking on it. I'm manifesting it. We want to
The next speaker is still on that.
Hello? Man, I don't even want to go after that. You know what? Thank y'all for that little Saturday Night Live skit. You and Candace trying to pull. These people came before y'all before. You ain't giving no money. Give them $300,000 like you give the Great Holy Temple and your friends. Give them $50,000 for your Bear Cyrus Park over there. And $300,000 for your water lab over there. You see what I'm saying? Big mouths. You see what I'm saying? Can't wait till y'all get out of here. Everybody know the real you, and you too, Judy. Just won't try to get out of here. It's a brand new day. And you know what? Page 11. Y'all got on here the candidates. I think y'all need to take off 2 names. Richard Jones and Kerry Nelson. And then you get on that paperwork. But what is it, Miss I always like to tape stuff. I got something for you.
Oh, girl.
Whoa. Don't mess with my phone, Paul.
All the time.
Just singing.
Come on, Mike, down, Steve. Turn it up to it like
But I can say what she said to Fight Ready to Ride. It's not y'all out, not Cadillac, you bitch. Yeah. No, I just look up here, you be bumping it. L1 people coming down the road. Miss Liddell, Miss Tough Cookie, that ain't nothing. And you two Candace trying to play, what they call it, backfield. Or the front field, when y'all went to Boyk, Iowa.
Oh, shit.
Talk about this poison water, but these people up here, Liddell, Judy, Mooshad, and Elamine who ain't here, stealing all the money. People, y'all at home, get your tails out here and fight before it's too late. See you next meeting.
Hopefully next meeting you have a recording together. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Betty, let's say Hazard, Betty Hazard.
I lived here a little over 30 years now, and I had a few good years in my neighborhood. But through the decisions of politicians who make and grade who lives or dies, what neighborhoods survive and which ones don't, is a tragedy for me. So, okay, I was really appalled when somebody here, when the mayor's wife got upset because there was a casket in front of her house. I'd rather have a casket in front of my house than put up with what I put up in my neighborhood. Caskets have been used at high schools to teach people about drinking and driving. Caskets have been used in protests before. It's not a new thing. What they did to that young man, I found appalling. Okay, how would you like, what's worse? Listen, being broken into, having to live around drug dealers that harass me all the time, people coming to my house at 1:30 in the morning, waking me up, and she's bitching about a damn casket. Pisses me off.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is David Peachy.
Gone.
Not here.
Next speaker is Mary Wright.
Mary Wright, Fifth Ward, just got one question, and any of you guys up there can answer it. I want to know why St. Mark is held to a certain zip code. Have you guys checked all the other churches that y'all gave funding to?
No.
Because don't nobody ask for ID. So if y'all gonna be fair all across the board.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The final speaker for this meeting is Jasmine McKinney.
Oh, where do I start? Shame on you. The last time I was at this lectern, I said shame on you then. Shame on you again. Taylor Sampson said, it's gonna be, I don't remember exactly what she said, she was so powerful. She talked about the summer, and so I encourage all of you that aren't familiar to
familiarize yourself with red summer. Because we're gonna have a red summer here in Flint, Michigan. I wanna make sure I get everything I wanna say, because I don't intend to be before you again, but shame on you because, again, my friend, was it Mary? She's correct. You are totally out of order with the way you have been treating St. Mark's Baptist Church. In your ward, a ward I grew up in, a ward my father represented, much better than you. Shame on you for claiming that you're a Flint Northern Viking when you act like nothing. You act like you ain't got no home training, no high school diploma, no college degree, and definitely not a PhD. They gave it to you at Western, where my sister went and currently works. But shame on you. She's ashamed of you. Many Vikings are ashamed of you. Many of your friends talk to me and tell me they are ashamed of the way that you behave and represent our school and our community. You don't put anybody out of people's house. You can throw her out this meeting all you want to, but you cannot throw her out to people's house. This is the people's house. You are the people. She said, my other friend Bethany, she said she'd rather have a casket outside her house than other things. I'd rather have a casket with nobody than a casket filled with bodies. So shame on you people. Anybody's up, and we have Lawrence Boone works tirelessly. That's one of your mentors, right?
Damn.
I want to remind you that you are here to protect the Constitution. You are here to solemnly swear that you will support the Constitution of the United States. You do not. And I want to remind you one last thing about an outside agitator. A wise man once said, whatever affects one directly affects all indirectly. Never again can we afford to live with the narrow provincial outside agitator idea. Anyone who lives in the United States can never be considered an outsider anywhere in this country. I am done, and so I will.
Ma'am, let her say good morning. Please be removed from the meeting.
I will leave, because I didn't even plan on coming.
Ma'am, you are actually removed from this meeting. Officer, please remove her from this meeting. You cannot make a loud exit. This goes against council rules or against city code subsection. It's if they persist, if they persist and there's nothing to meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violating the country rules. Unless you want to be arrested, please sit. Thank you. All right, so she's proceeding according to our subsection. She's putting herself in the category to be arrested. Let's not do this. According to our Flint City Code subsection 3110. Thank you. So since that's the last public speaker, do we have anyone that would like to have council respond? Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
Yes, I want to address Ms. Jubbin again, going to other municipalities and other meetings. You know, I have been in meetings where she's able to conduct herself in a peaceful and quiet manner. Unfortunately, the chaos that is allowed in here about clapping and everything actually encourages the behavior that she exhibits here. But I know that she can do better because I've seen it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Priestley. Anyone else would like to respond to the council response?
Oh, somebody, Taylor.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Oh, okay. I need somebody right there.
You abuse your position of power and then you get angry when the residents respond. And it is unfair that our police department is weaponized against the residents. It's a fact. You allow no space for people. It's your way or the doorway.
Yep.
You're disrespectful, you're condescending. And you lie a lot. And just for the record, so that you know, Pastor Thompson has been here. You heard Sister Audrey Muhammad state what you did at the library. I don't know what it is with this deep-seated anger you have with him, but you need to learn. And he did not get $20,000 for his pastoral anniversary. He did not. Would have been nice probably, but he did not. He did not. And so when you say those things, he's in your ward. I cannot imagine that church which sits on the corner of McClellan and DuPont that you adamantly and vehemently, continuously go against. I don't understand it. You see the work that they do. You continuously try to tear down what that church does. You don't support it, and then you have the audacity to be in the line to get food. I don't understand that. You drag this man in this church, but then you use it to get what this church has reaped. It's harvest. And it doesn't bother you. That's diabolical. This is diabolical. Next week I did send so the people out here to have all four. I'm all for or I'm nothing with that. I'm all for, feed them, or we not feeding anybody.
Good.
Anyone else for council comments? Go ahead, Councilwoman Shad.
She about to.
Yeah. I want to thank those who came up here with some community concerns. I know that there was a lady, and I believe Jerry is speaking with her now, who had some concerns about zoning and people purchasing larger homes to essentially conduct businesses out of them, businesses that tend to disrupt and destabilize neighborhoods. I understand completely what she's saying, but that is currently something that's happening in my ward. And I'm with her on the fact that we've got to get something together around here about what we allow as far as businesses moving into residential neighborhoods and just disrupting everything about that neighborhood. And then also when she was talking about how they just ignore our codes and just go ahead and build and model and do things that they're not supposed to do. Again, something else that I've had to deal with in my ward of someone just up and remodeling something that they didn't even get a permit to do. And when the time comes for the city to enact, I think we have some of the lowest fees around. You can literally break a law, remodel something, change the whole structure of a neighborhood and only have to pay $25. That's absolutely ridiculous. She is not wrong. And the fact that we as a council really need to look at that. That needs to be something that we address and correct as a body. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to speak? All right, so seeing there's no one, I'll go ahead and take my time. So hearing that I do not give others room, I want to make sure that I will continue to emphasize that I support the rule, something that a lot of council members don't care about. And when we have a councilman stating that they're going to throw the rules in a bonfire, just like Mr. Doug Matthews said, they're going to have a bonfire of the rules, that's lawlessness. And so if we don't want lawlessness here or outside, why would we have it here? According to these rules, we have the city code subsection that says that you will receive a warning for yelling out, just like Ms. Jacqueline McKinney just did. Yes, her father was the former second ward person, and he did a great job. But guess what? As we walk in this legacy, we want to make sure that we adhere to the rules that are in place. I know that he will be for law and order and the rules followed by everyone, including his daughter. Next, we want to make sure that the people that have issues, such as the lady in the corner, that she speaks with her respective council person. Thank you so much, Councilwoman Machad, for looking into that issue for her, as you are in the second ward, and that's an issue of the fifth ward. In terms of St. Mark, I vote against them, not so. Last year, before Councilman Murphy died, we allocated $75,000 from the CDBG funds for them. And I probably voted yes, but what I won't do, I'm not going to bend the rules for my friends. Just like we've seen it happen here. Whether it's pastor, whether it's friend, whether you're in my board. If you're not following the rules, I don't have anything for you. And so hopefully, we all will have that same regard for the rules.
She just made
But if
herself
we
sound
don't,
like a fool.
that's something between you and your presidents. So let's stop trying to gaslight the people, make it look like I'm not for the people, as I work tirelessly out here for the people.
Long.
So, as we move on, we are on the consent agenda.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Ms. Priestley?
I make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
All right, motion has been made by the councilwoman in the 4th ward, supported by the councilwoman in the 7th ward. Any separations?
Yes.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
I would like to separate 250127, opioid settlement fund. Also, the 250141, grant acceptance for the Saki Sapphires Conference. And 250146, that is the amendment resolution for the Flint Police Department.
And then Saki.
That's 250, page 8, page 8.
And again, what was the first one?
Opioid settlement, 250127, page 6 of 11.
All right, any more separation?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Mr. Chair.
I'd like to separate 250154, the segment of public hearing for the water system improvements on 26 Drinking Water State Revolving Fund.
Okay, so you said 154.
250154.
Okay. All right. So, any more? All right, so see if there's no more. The consent agenda will consist of resolution to, the presentation of any, with any correction, as well as appointment, 250061, 250096, resolution 250087, 250120, 250121, 250123, 250-124, 250-125, as well as 250-126, 250-128, 250-129, 250-130, 250-142, 250-143, 250-144, 250-145, and 250-147. All right. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley? Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Shad? Yes. Mr. White? Mr. Jerry?
Yes.
All right, the vote is 5. Yeah, you said 5, sir? And 0 no?
She can't count.
So the consent agenda passes. So now we're on to our first item of separation, and that is resolution 250127. Let it fly.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
Make a motion to approve 250127.
All right, motion to approve. Any support? Support by the councilwoman in the 7th ward. Any discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead.
To Fire Chief Wiggins. For whoever can speak to it, someone from the fire department, they can come forward. So in this, it's opioid settlement fund, and so I've got a couple of questions on what type of equipment that you're going to get, because there's a part of this, and this, it states, et cetera. So what is et cetera? Hey, good evening.
I'm sorry, did you ask a question while we were coming up?
I did kind of, you didn't, I can start over.
Yes, ma'am.
In this, it states that it's for opioid, and it states the equipment, but in it, it states for such equipment as in rescue, medical and life safety supplies, decaling equipment, and et cetera. What is et cetera?
Most of it's going to be supported for the ambulance, equipment such as, we stock the ambulance with a lot of, equipment, supplies, bandages. I want, Chief Kwame Hogan, he is the administrator of the ambulance program, and he can speak to that.
Okay. Good evening.
We can't really draw an amount, once we get there, we have to fully start. Then there's going to be cost to get a license. So we can't put a dollar on it, so that's kind of what we said. We are planning annually, we're going to expand the program. But we just can't put a definite dollar on how much cost.
So in accounting, you have to run the line, not like a line item. And so it would be what type of your supplies. I know we have opioid problem in for ambulance, but you cannot put et cetera. That leaves too much, that's anything. Et cetera could be anything. And so, I would like to have seen in here, for it to state if you were getting, I don't know what you use for what you're really saying. What are the things that you say you cannot get what is that you cannot do a list of? What are the things that you're saying you can't do?
Trying to manage supplies of some of the equipment that we're going to buy. Don't know exactly what it's going to be. Fire department itself has went above and beyond the money that the council is graciously giving us to support the town. So we don't actually know what the end amount is going to be.
Okay, but what about the name of the supply? Instead of, I won't roll it with et cetera. You need to have it state what it is. So if you're saying you need bandages, whatever, gauze, or whatever it is, I mean, you have et cetera, which leaves it very broad. That et cetera could be, and I'm not saying that you would, but I'm just saying we have to be, when we're doing a resolution, it has to be, if you fix that, I'll go with it. I don't think we only have 5 people. So.
And that's perfectly understandable. When we get into the ambulance, there's so many charges that can come with the licensing of it, and the licensing agents will change directions in midstream, so we say et cetera. As you can see, we're buying equipment now that we don't have. We're buying what we call thumpers. Instead of us doing chest compressions all day long, we'll hook up a machine to you and it does it itself. Well, that has...
Chief Wiggins, do you have an opioid plan? Because this should be listed in your opioid plan. Do you have one?
We have an opioid plan that insists when nobody has asked for it.
Oh, could you get us a copy?
Absolutely.
Yes, because I know we have an opioid, my time is, I have to catch you at the next one, I'm sorry.
All right.
It's an opioid plan.
So, next, in the first round?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Tracy.
I'm gonna kind of pick up from what Ms. Burns said about the et cetera. Did we have a list, and I don't know which resolution we had in purchasing the other ambulances. We had a dollar amount. You said that the amount of money that was spent to stock that ambulance came from your supplies and not out of the ARPA, or the opioid monies, correct? Is that what you're saying?
We get what we can get out of the opioid settlement money, and we also get it out of our normal budget. Because keep in mind, we run medical first responder fire trucks, so we indeed use medical supplies in all of our actions.
So,
And to Mrs. Councilwoman Burns' point, that et cetera might have been put in there by someone else. We don't do et cetera. We tell you exactly what we need. And I don't remember us articulating et cetera.
if the wording was to become something like, and any necessary supplies in order to put that ambulance on the road, or words of that effect, that would solve that issue, through you, Madam Chair, to Ms. Burns. If we said any necessary supplies to make this ambulance licensed.
I don't think that.
Because they don't know exactly what it's gonna take. I was trying to find a wording that would work, that would
I
say
think that wording would work. Say that again.
and any necessary supplies and items needed to get the ambulance licensed and on the road.
I think we need to probably refer to the legal, legal, but.
Okay, I was just checking to see if that would be acceptable to you.
I was trying to check the legal for the problem.
Madam Chair, to the city attorney.
And please be advised, if we're operating the ambulance and something new come out that's gonna be best for our public, we get it. We get it out of our budget, we find a way to get it a better way for our people, to run the services. Narcan, they come out with new Narcan, new ways of, us giving a person a Narcan, we're going after it. I don't like that word, et cetera, and it will be changed. I'm gonna find out who put it in there, because there's no et cetera.
Okay, so. Attorney Burley.
I'm sorry.
You could definitely amend it to add more qualifying language so that it's related specifically to what the chief is talking about for the equipment.
Chief, if we delay this vote until the next council meeting, are we gonna lose an ambulance like we have? Are we that tight on time?
Well, we'll have to rebid, we'll have to go out for rebid again.
So that delays it more time. I'm going to. I just was wondering.
And we will lose, the Lucas devices.
Okay,
Those
so I'm
I told
going
you
to.
about bumpers.
Okay, I'm going to make a motion to amend the language, and I gotta go to the resolution. Give me just a second. This is 25127. Oh, I missed it, my bookmark it. I'm looking for the wording. Oops, there it is, it's sideways, that's why. All right, so. All right, so the important part of this is that it is resolved. And, so I don't know that it's the whereas has the et cetera. So I'm gonna amend the et cetera. Additional supplies are needed to outfit the apparatus as needed to get to be able to use the ambulance and be licensed.
Repeat that. As needed.
As necessary.
Go ahead.
Okay, and as necessary to prepare the ambulance for licensed use.
And you know, I just found that word is settlement, and it should not be.
I read it, be it resolved, because that's the legal words. So additional supplies as needed to prepare the vehicle for operation as a licensed ambulance.
It works.
All right, supported by the comprehensive set board. All right, the motion for it is to make 250 to amend 250127 to 250127.1.
We had to do one first, prove it, then we amend it.
Okay. So, this motion will change the language to, as necessary to prepare the ambulance for emergency use. All right? All right, so there's a motion on the floor to adjust the language to that. To amend the language to say as necessary to prepare the ambulance for licensed use.
Basically, yeah. I don't remember the exact word. I would like to get a legal to give us some better language.
Okay, so hold on, wait a minute, because who has the floor now? We have, Ms. Priestley, and so, let me go ahead and discuss the check.
I did write it down.
Right. I mean, I wrote down exactly what you said.
Okay.
All right,
I
so,
know the first time I said it.
right, so let me check, because on this motion, I thought I was supposed to put it as, okay, gotcha. So to the attorney, do you have any language recommendation for this part, because Mr. Priestley recommended as necessary to prepare the ambulance for licensed use?
I'm looking for that right on now in the packet.
It's sideways.
Okay.
It's page 175 in my packet. It was after the source, right? Here it is.
Go ahead.
The clerk may be able to give us the correct language so that our resolution is correct.
That was the last time she did that. As a sentence.
That didn't sound right to me.
All right, so. So what we can do, we can take. We can take a 5-minute recess.
Are you serious?
All right, so 5-minute recess order without objection.
Recess. yourself. Before they get this deal right. Another marathon. Another marathon. It is. It's going all out there. For real, that's what's up.
I did.
This is important. They fighting so hard against each other. It's crazy. Right. But they personal difference with each other, they turn this thing inside out. Yeah. That's what it's showing me. 26, they get well, Flint ain't gonna happen.
You told me this.
I agree with you. That's what you said. I believe it's qualified people who can do it. I think Candace is, I don't think we did. I think Candace is running. I think, let's just say, big. I think the deal yeah, 26, but I'm thinking her getting in for this year, the deal gonna be, if she can't get what she wants, I think she ain't gonna win. I think the deal gonna be Judy, who I think will have a nervous breakdown. I believe Candace. I'm not on the show, man. I can see Candace trying to flip over. And I just don't think I think the deal will be, she's so dead set on what it is. With her people, AC, his business. And even when I called AC out, so AC don't forget nothing. That's what I'm saying. So, yeah, no, she wanted to. Remember, she did. She finished his first. He asked her a year later. I thought they did it when you came.
It's like by term.
Yeah. I think she got this. If it is, this will be her last one.
Next election.
Yeah, but I don't think she gonna. I don't know. Flint wrote it. It's kind of. She got, ain't nothing wrong with that, but I do feel like, I think she big in the city council, and aspirations. I don't think she was constantly keep doing that. Who really want to go on address out there? You go on there?
I don't know what they're talking about.
Okay.
We talking about the police contract. Oh, okay. Which one?
I think it's 5 of them that separated.
And I was telling somebody my name.
Oh wow, that's what's up. Man, Flint is really smart. Everybody in there. I can't believe we got so politics made it this nasty, but everybody don't like it. All right, you taking me up.
Hey, John, keep it on the down low. You're not gonna get it. I'm got to do.
All right, so council's about to adjourn. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Allen, Ms. Meyer. Dr. Lewis.
Present.
Ms. Priestley.
Present.
Mr. Carter. Present. Ms. Burns.
Present.
Ms. Jack.
Present.
Vice President. Mr. Garrett.
Present.
We have 6 members present.
All right, so we have 6 members
Madam
present.
Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
Yes, with your permission, I would like to change the amendment to just strike out the word et cetera in that sentence.
So we're going to delete the word except.
Correct.
All right, go ahead, read that to the record, please.
Okay, so the wording would now say additional, this is one of the whereas sections. Additional supplies are needed to outfit the apparatus such as decaling, equipment, rescue equipment, medical and life safety supplies will be procured in accordance with the city's purchasing ordinance and policies for an overall cost not to exceed $480,000.
All right. Got it. So, struck the word et cetera. All right. So, is that word appropriate for the body? Okay, so saying that it is, all right, so now we would like to put a motion to make it a point 1. Oh, so there's motion for the approval. All right, so you put a motion for the approval. You already do? All right.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
This is to, the motion would be to amend to point 1 with that language. So you're actually voting to amend it to point 1.
Oh, so like I said first time? Yeah. All right, so we're looking to make, the amendment of point 1, 250127 to 150127.1. And we will strike the word et cetera from the language. All right, so roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Mr. Carter.
Yes.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
Ms. Jack.
Yes.
Ms. Vice President absent. Mr. Jarrett.
Yes.
Mr. Allen is absent. Dr. Lewis.
Yes.
Vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
All right, the vote is 6 yes, 0 no, so that resolution is now turned to point 1. So what is the pleasure of the body for resolution 250127.1?
Madam Chair.
All right, well,
Support.
all right, so go ahead, Ms. Bichette, she started, supported by the company board. Any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Thank you. Chief, thank you for that we could amend this and get this done, when I saw et cetera, it made no sense. And understanding that you take basic accounting, that you understand that, and that was, I don't know, where did that come from? Was it purchasing?
It would have to be purchasing, they write the resolutions.
Okay, and you said you will get us a copy of the opioid plan. How many opioid overdoses are you seeing, let's say, a month, approximately? Has it
I'm
increased,
gonna say about 20 to 25, and all of that information, you'll have it in the morning on your email.
Okay, well, thank both of you. I
Thanks
appreciate it.
for your support, everybody.
All right, thank you.
All right, Anyone else in the first round? Anyone else in the second round? All right, seeing that there's no one, thank you so much. I appreciate it. And that number really can come in handy, because that's someone that worked on the bridge. I had to perform CPR on the front residents. I understand how important it is. So thank you for everything that you do to save lives. It's important. All right, so we are looking to vote for resolution 250127.1. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Murphy Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Shedd?
Yes.
Ms. Piper is absent. Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Allen is absent. Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
No, the 6 yes, 0 no, so that resolution passes. Now we're going to resolution 250141. Let me divide it.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Priestley. Motion to approve and support. Supported by the councilwoman of the sixth ward. Any discussion?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
there's just someone to speak to the stocking program.
All right, have someone with stocking knowledge approach the letter? Anyone have that stocking knowledge? No. Okay, it looks like no one is here this evening, so,
No one is here from the police department.
well, we do see two officers, and there's 20 people out, but they don't have the knowledge. Sir, stop yelling now.
Okay, thank you.
All right, anyone else in the first round? Anyone else in the second round? Okay.
Let's do the vote.
So looking at this, I'll take my time to do the second round. It looks like we are entering into a grant from the Community Foundation. So the Saki unit can receive $5,000. And so I went to the Saki conference last year. It was myself, I think I remember Councilman Machette being there as well. Yeah, so also I'm trying to appreciate you all being here. I appreciate that. And so it was great. It was impactful. And it had people from all over coming to participate and to learn. And this is our sexual assault unit, they do with sexual assault cases. And so this resolution here is just to allow them to receive $5,000 from the Community Foundation. So, as you see, it's here, the conference is a notable event bringing together professional scholars and enthusiasts from law enforcement, forensic science, legal, and intends to foster learning, collaboration, exchange of ideas. So again, this is costing the city nothing. This is a total lift, and it's in addition to the Saki conference. So we can be just as, or probably even more successful than it was last year. I'm definitely in support of accepting $5,000. I'm surprised that's only extra $5,000 because that was a top-notch conference. Yeah, so yeah, they make this $5,000 go a long way. All right, so cool. So without that being said, we will go ahead and call for the vote. So we're voting to accept a grant for $5,000 so they can proceed with the August conference. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Shedd?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Murphy Carter?
Yes.
6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. So that resolution to receive grant fund passes. Now we're on to resolution 250146, the amendment resolution for the Flint Police Department. Pleasure of the body.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Ms. Christie.
make a motion to approve.
All right, voting to approve. Who supports this? Councilwoman Seven supports it. Any discussion?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Ms.
I
Burns.
see Chief Green is here. You to Chief Green.
All right, Chief Green, please approach the lectern.
Chief Green, as you're walking, This is for $350,000 for a cold case unit. Can you tell me how many cold cases we do have that are outstanding?
Outstanding,
Or approximately, yeah.
over 100.
Over 100? I know last time I had talked to, I think Julie Lopez, it was over 150.
Yep, that could be true.
Okay.
Well, we saw some, so that's why I said over.
And I think we got a year after that.
Yes.
So, can you send to us how many outstanding cold cases that we do have?
Yep.
And are you using, how many are working on the cold cases?
I mean, work,
How many are were you using retired officers?
all retired, detectives.
How many, I knew of two, how many?
Well, we have two, and then we have some auxiliary, we refer to auxiliary, through, Johnson County Prosecutor's Office. Those are part-time Flint City officers also. So about, I say roughly about 4. Two assigned to my department.
So two that are assigned to your department, you work, with the county on this?
Yes, with the prosecutor's office.
And, okay, with the county, with the prosecutor's office?
Yes.
So to, tell me about it. Tell me what the cold case unit is.
The what?
Tell me what this is, the cold case unit, what they're working. I know, but can you clear?
Yeah, so what they're doing, they're investigating homicides that we refer to as cold cases. They had leads initially, but unable to make an arrest. So some of these stem back through technology as far as when it comes to DNA, things of that nature. So.
Would that be like the case, I think it was Hill Road?
Yes. So, what we're doing, we have, cold case detectives that are, gleaning through those cases that might only need some, additional lab work, things of that nature. The majority of the issues are, we have to locate witnesses, former witnesses that, might not be in this location any longer. We've had to send detectives as far as California to conduct interviews. So just looking, tying up some loose ends, some, specifically we working in tiers, cases that might need only some additional lab work, or to convince a unwilling witness to come forward now. So those cases that we started with first.
So the $350,000, is that like is that to take care of like your budget if they have to travel?
Yep, that's all itemized in our budget.
How much do you spend a year on cold cases?
I'm not sure. It depends. Depends on what the expense is. I look at probably the largest expense is going to be DNA analysis. You have to send it to a private lab. And might be some travel involved.
How much is DNA analysis if you're sending it to, because you don't use the Bridgeport one?
We can, but
Are they backed up?
they're backed up and something. We don't get, current cases get preference first, not cold cases. So we prefer to go through a private lab.
So going to the so this was pre them being able to do DNA. So what is your oldest case?
I think the one that I was brought to my attention might be year 1985.
Okay. And so with this, I just think that you need more. You got over 100-some cases, I'm gonna be honest with you. Because a lot of these criminals, they're on the streets and they commit other crimes. And this is the problem. And they know how to get away with it. Some of them become better criminals. And so I think for this, $350,000 with a caseload of over, I know it was over 150. And so we know we're over 100, we can safely say. I think that you would need more money.
Yeah, let me go through as far as, let me get that list of cases for you first of all. I mean, we actually had pending cold cases, and see what we spent so far out of the $350,000.
So you have money left over from the old one?
Yes.
You did?
I don't know how much though.
Yeah, but you got retired, some good retired officers who did. What y'all paying them? That's my time. So I'll get you on the second.
All right. Anyone
through you, Madam Chair, to Chief Prince. Chief, so how many, I'm looking at this resolution, how many police officers will this funding take care of?
Well, we budgeted for 2 part-time homicide detectives.
Okay.
And excuse me, 2 part-time homicide detectives and a analyst.
And a what?
Analyst. Yes.
Okay. Okay. And this is gonna take care of their salaries, plus equipment, of course, but their salaries and, everything else, wages and fringes from.
They don't get fringes, they're retired.
So, from April to December of 2026.
Yes.
Right? Okay. Will this take care of it?
It should hopefully,
Huh.
but we'll reevaluate once we get closer to December 2026.
Okay. All right, thank you.
All right, anyone else in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Please.
And I do think that, this was referred to, allude to this, that this is just extending the date you are having to spend the money.
Yes.
If we're getting to October 2026 and you need more money, we need that, whatever you can spend by December 31st of 2026, because that's it, done.
Yeah.
We have to spend everything, so I want you to be aware of that. So it's necessary to, and I know that Shay has been, tracking this and how much money is spent, so he can easily give us that information. But I wish we had spent it all and you were coming back to us with more money. But, I'm glad that we're going to be able to spend this. Thank you.
All right, anyone else in the first round? All right, what about the second round?
Madam Chair, see, how much you pay these retired officers? Please don't say it's
For the part-time, I think it comes out to, they're working part-time, so $27.50 an hour.
So, have you thought about hiring some more?
Yes. Yes.
I mean, to get through that, you have a big bag of a large backlog. I think hiring more officers would really help.
I agree with you, but,
Is HR working with you to hire or?
Yes.
I mean, actually, I was to call them retirees. A lot of them not coming, making their grass green. In the neighborhood.
That's the exact point. You have to want to do this, you know. We
And
want
we got to
someone,
look down the list to call to ask, because you got some great talent that has retired, they can come back just to do this. I think giving a phone call, say, hey, we really need you. You know, if you could come back, you know, for the X amount of time just to work on these cases, I think we could get some people who would respond, especially at $27.50 an hour, not $15.
no.
I'm glad it's higher.
I've reached out to service, and I will continue to do that, we need the help, so.
Yeah, you do, I think there are officers who would, retire, not just officers and prior command staff, which would like to see those cases cleaned up now that you have, science can be a part of it. You know, and a lot of them may be familiar, but if they're still local, I would reach out to everybody who's your retirees. You know, to not lose this money, so that you could have knocking off numbers off that 100 and something of unsolved cases. I will go through every single body with HR, and we have these numbers, let me get them out, you should call personally, it'll be charming, it may not turn you down. You need the help. I mean, I hate to send this money back, and I think you need more, I mean, that's why I hate to see this, because we have a level of crime, and crime people can continue to commit other crimes. Some of these people might be in other jails, dead, and who knows once again they come back. So I think time is is of the essence, especially when we have the money to fund this. So I would hope you would reach out to us. I am supporting it, but I hope that you would reach out, because I know there are retirees who would love to do this. And this is all that they can do. If not, go to the retirement breakfasts and lunches. I go. I'm sure they'd be like, oh, well, this is a good idea. We got some who are seniors that could use this. They could use it. So.
We welcome, trust me.
Okay. I'm done.
All right, anyone else in the second round? Go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair to the chief. And I just have one question. To your knowledge, these retired detectives come back and assist you with this. Do you know if under whatever collective bargaining or union, whatever, them coming back working part-time, will it affect their pension payment or anything like that?
No. So if they're retiring, they have to be separated from the department at least 60 days. And then they can come in, it's part-time status.
Okay.
But other than that, no.
Good, because I know in some cases with retired persons getting back.
Yeah, that's a good point, because at one point, I think they changed the rules to murderers. They only can make a certain amount of money.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yes.
So to your knowledge, it does or does not?
It does not, they change it.
Thank you, because like I said, that might, disincentivize someone otherwise from wanting to be of service and taking on responsibility. Thank you.
All right, anyone else in the second round? All right, so since there's no other second round, I'll go ahead and take my time. Thank you for your time, Chief, and thank you for the hard job.
Conflicts of interest, but
You
I'm
have
gonna
a
get it
great
together though, because they've been hitting me.
And I do get my colleague in the city board when she talks about, bringing in more officers, bringing them out of retirement. But it's hard when people interfere, especially council people, in their job. See, people look at social media videos, and people look at what the current officers are going through, and you know what they say? Do I want to be bothered with that? They say, do I want to be bothered?
Request for information.
Yes, what's your request?
You sound ridiculous. I know there are retired officers who want to do this, okay?
All right, thank you. So that's a valid point, and that is your warning. So we got to make sure that we're following the rules and we're not trying to take the floor using privilege motion, which you just done and did all night. But back to you, Chief. The point is, as we make this a place where people want to come back to work, because when you're retired, you left. And so when we want to give you a reason to come back, we want to make sure that we give you something conducive to come back to. We want to try to eliminate all issues that you have to face. They have to face emergency, pulling up to people and you don't know what they have. There's a lot of things that you want to speak. So you got to get back in that mindset. But what you don't want to do, you don't want anyone interfering on your job. You don't want to have to go to a scene and have council people cussing out police officers, because who wants to show up and have a council person cuss them out? Call them F words and etc. Nobody wants to do that. And so, okay. So again, keep getting interrupted, Ms. Burns. Let's not get a second warning. And so,
look, he needs my vote, because if I leave, I'm not going to play with you tonight.
that's fine. Usually, Ms. Burns, Ms. Burns, that's your second warning.
I'm going home.
Great idea.
You need to tell them.
And so, Ms. Burns, that is your second warning. You are leaving this meeting. And please do it in silence. Ms. Burns. I won't. And because I'm not getting paid to go back and forth, my job is to uphold the rules as you continue to violate my time. I'm nasty when I'm stating the facts. So, Chief, my point is, I want to make sure I want to give you everything you need. Because as the chief of police, you know exactly what you need to make our community safe. So I'm following your lead. But also, I just want to compel my colleagues, as we continue to talk about them coming back, let's give them something to come back to. Let's not interfere when they're doing their job. Let's not curse them out on videotape when they're doing their job. Allegations about me are however, ma'am, we need for you, ma'am. We need for you to be in order. No, we're going to get that time back because Ms. Burns want to be disruptive as she is. This is exactly how she is on crime scene and when police are doing their jobs here.
I was asked to come pick some people up who've been left on the bridge on I-75. Get your facts together, okay? How about that?
Right, makes no sense. Let's not interfere. So, and again, officers, can we believe Ms. Burns for being disorderly? Ms. Burns, according to the city code subsection, it said that if you could achieve, and this is where your police officers come in, when people continue to disrupt the meeting, according to our subsection, you are asked to be removed. Again, you're continuing to speak, you don't have the floor. And this is what we have to go through. So could you all please help Ms. Burns out of here? And Ms. Burns, let's stop disrupting the meeting. Ms. Burns, let's stop disrupting the meeting. Ms. Burns, let's stop disrupting the meeting. Thank you, Ms. Burns. Thank you. All right. So, go ahead and give me 20 more seconds on that clock, please. Yeah, I don't need them all, but my whole point was I support you, and we need to make sure that we are having officers operating in an environment conducive to staying. So when we see interference and stuff, we gotta make sure that we still no business with the criminals outside as well as people breaking the law inside of these chambers and council. Thank you. So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna call for the vote. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Rough day, ain't it? Rough day.
Yes.
Rough day. Rough day.
Jerry?
Yes.
Yes.
Priestley? Yes. Murphy Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns is not in. Vote is 5 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 0 no. That resolution passes. So now we are moving on to resolution 250141. Oh, excuse me, Mary did that.
250154.
Yeah. You got it. 154 is the last resolution of the evening.
Madam Chairman.
Go ahead, Ms. Priest.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve, any support? Supported by the councilwoman in Ward number 7. Any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Jerry.
Through you to Mr. Miller. We can ask Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller, could you please approach the lectern?
They get everything they want. This is
Good evening, Mr. Miller.
Good evening, sir.
I know this is for the setting of a public hearing. Can you though share with us a little bit about what the public hearing will be about?
So the public hearing will be for DLZ, the team that did the project plan to come before the council and give a presentation to show what the drinking water state revolving fund intends to apply to be all of it. So it'll be the 24-inch water main that runs through the northwest side of town, as well as the Tory Road Booster Station.
So will this public hearing involve or have any impact on any finances?
Good question. So it is a low interest loan, 1% because we are overburdened community. And so it will finance the Northwest transmission water main replacement
as well as the Tory Road booster station. So it will have an impact on our finances, very small because it's a 1% low interest loan from the Clearwater State Board of Trust.
Okay, so at a point in the conversation as well, during this hearing, we'll be talking about having to finance a project or projects.
Yes, and if I may, it is very important that we look upon these two projects as federal. They're administrative, administrative, ACO.
Okay, consent order.
Consent order, yes.
Okay. Okay, is that as much as you, can think in a moment to share with us about the importance of this hearing?
Well, no. The administrative consent order is actually something that is due, or this particular part of the consent order is due on June 30th, 2025. So it is my recommendation that we accept their help.
Thank you, sir. I yield.
Through the chair,
Yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to offer Mr. Miller that the date that this application is due is June 1st. So DLC is trying to get it in by May 30th, just to make sure. And the resolution requiring a public hearing is necessary for the application to be submitted to the state for consideration.
All right, thank you.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. McCarthy.
Yes, Madam Chair, through you to Mr. Smith.
Miller.
I mean, no,
Yes.
Mr. Miller. Mr. Miller, how many, I know you've been knocking down the list of everything that was on that ACL, right?
Yes.
So how many more projects do we need to complete?
I'm very happy to announce that this one, the 24-inch water main replacement and the Tory Road booster station are the last of the quote-unquote big ticket items that we have to complete for our ACO. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, anyone else in the first round? Anyone else in the second round? Seeing there's no one, thank you, Mr. Miller, welcome back. Next time, no vacation, you did not get more permission. All right, so roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Jerry?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Sophie Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns, not in. Mr. Shat?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis, 5 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 0 no. That resolution passes. So now we are, all right, we have to go for the attorney's report. Report about the company in the fourth ward. Roll call. That's what.
She said she adjourning this thing quick.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Sophie Carter?
Yes.
Burns, not in. Mr. Shat?
Yes.
Mr. Jerry?
Yes.
Lewis, 5 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 0 no. It is 8:31, and this city council meeting is adjourned. You all have a great night.
See y'all in the morning, family. See you in the morning. We shall be bumping. Peace.